Enggak, sorry. Panik gue, cuman nggak apa-apa. Udah, admin ini udah masuk. Apa namanya? Ini. Oke deh, Nar.
Pokoknya kamu di rumah terus. Ngerti kamu? Masuk kamu sekarang.
Good morning, guests of Iscp 2020. Just a quick reminder, please rename your display name into display name underscore your topic area. For example, the economic and business science is EB underscore your name, or the law science is LS underscore your name. And if you haven't done so, please do so before we start this event. Thank you. Display name underscore. So it's your topic name and then underscore your name. I'm gonna give you an example in this chat so you could follow the example. So for economic and business science is EB underscore your name. Law science is LS. Pharmaceutical science is PS. And engineering science is ES. And only for pharmacy participants, you should put your room. It's either room number 1, room number 2, or room number 3. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first ISCP 2020 from Uta' Jakarta. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't changed your display name, please follow like I showed you earlier. So it should be your topic and then underscore your name. So for example, the economic business science is EB, law science is LS, social and political science is SC, pharmaceutical science is PS, and engineering science is ES. So for example, if you are in pharmaceutical science, so it should be PS underscore your name. And please do so before we start the event. Thank you very much. And you don't have to chat to everyone, but you just need to change your display name. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to International Seminar and Call for Paper 2020 Uta'45 Jakarta. The COVID-19 pandemic currently experienced by the world has made all industry sectors suffer tremendous losses and enormous efforts. The first, human health is under threat. In the second, the economic is in decline. In the third, which make the legal and political situation uncertainty. We cannot stand by. We need innovation for the all sector. University must be the main pioneers in restoring all sector event fitting in the way in the economic and health cycle. We can with solving problems with a research and development approach into our joint effort. Tremendous losses and enormous effort. The first, human health is under threat. The second, the economic is in decline. In the third, which make the legal and political situation uncertainty. But we cannot stand by. I am sure that through this event international seminar and call for paper, we can create research that is useful for the university for the world. We can solving problems with research and development approach into our joint effort. Uta'45 say welcome the speakers, presenter, and all the participants who joined this event. We believe we can do good with quality research and development method toward as a good, strong Asia and become #1 in the engineering, healthy and pharmacy sector, social and political, legal and good economic sector. I am Mario John Putra, as a steering committee, say thank you for the time and effort to participate in this event. We wish this event as a success and welcome to join this event. Enjoy. Thank you. Presenter and all the participants who joined this event. We
I'm Rudiono. I'm the chairman of the Uta'45 Jakarta. I would like to thank you for all of you, for all the participants. I would like to inform you that we are one of the fastest growing university in Indonesia, and currently we have a great academic position in regard of the Ban PT opinion and from the review from the government. In 5th and 6th December 2020, we would like to have an international seminar and call for paper. Yeah, this is the first time we can make the international call for paper in Uta'45. Basically, we want to push all of you, for academicians, for the Indonesian young people, how to create the innovation and how to make the international character. In this situation, or in this era, which we are in the pandemic situation, it is quite difficult for us to do anything. But if we have the innovation and we have the strong spirit, it is not too difficult to make something get through. Now is the time what we can do together, and we can prepare our life, our new life after the COVID-19. That's all I can share with you for today, and I hope we can survive. We can make a better life after the COVID-19 era. Thank you very much.
Greetings from Uta'45. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to welcome you, speakers, presenters, and participants in the International Seminar and Call for Papers Uta'45 Jakarta. We are looking for the opportunity to change the world through sciences in the situation of COVID-19. I believe there is no border between us to deliver ideas, thought, experience in problem solving. We do change to the world of knowledge into the world of experience. At the same time, Uta'45 goes to the direction of globalization together with all of you. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the event.
Welcome to International Seminar and Call for Paper 2020 Uta'45 Jakarta. The COVID-19 pandemic currently experienced by the world has made all industry sectors suffer tremendous losses and enormous efforts. The first, human health is under threat. In the second, the economic is in decline. In the third, which make the legal and political situation uncertainty.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Welcome to our first international conference and call for paper Uta'45 Jakarta 2020. My name is Nina Jusnita from Faculty of Pharmacy. As we know, COVID-19 pandemic currently occurring has made the pharmaceutical world face enormous challenges. However, these challenges are accompanied by great opportunities as well. Uta'45 Jakarta presents an international seminar and call for paper to discuss this in the first international conference and call for paper Uta'45 2020 with the sub-theme Herbal Medicine for COVID-19 and how to overcome with pandemic situation. For that, we call of you, lecturers, practitioners, researchers, and students to attend and contribute as participants or presenters in these events. So, let's join us.
The COVID-19 pandemic that occurred in 2020 caused aspects in the legal field to become weak against the policies implemented. So, Uta'45 Jakarta present an international seminar and call paper to discuss this. In the first international conference and call for paper Uta'45 Jakarta 2020 with the sub-thema Legal Aspect of New Normal After COVID-19. For that, we call you all to attend and contribute as participant or presenter in this activity. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome and join us in the Iscp event. Before that, I will introduce myself. My name is Samsul Ode. I'm lecturer from Faculty of Social and Political Science. For that, we call you all to attend and contribute as participant or presenter in this conference. Thank you.
The COVID-19 pandemic from a social, political, and journalistic perspective. The COVID-19 pandemic that occurred in 2020 left a lot of dynamic occurring in the social, political, and journalism realms.
Uta'45 Jakarta present an international seminar and call paper to discuss this in the first international conference and call for paper Uta'45 Jakarta 2020 with the sub-theme The COVID-19 Pandemic from a Social, Political, and Journalism Perspective.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you all for accepting our invitation and joining us for this event. As we know, the spread of the COVID-19 disease has been a global pandemic since, and it has prompted many countries to implement social restriction policy. Indonesia is one of the countries that has implemented a large-scale social restriction policy, or pembatasan sosial berskala besar, or PSBB. This policy stunts the global and national economic growth. A very significant impact occurred in various industrial or business sectors in Indonesia, from manufacturing to finance. According to Moody's research, the most affected industries are textile.
The current ongoing pandemic is altering every phase of business and society. And more than ever, there is an urgency for enterprises, big or small enterprise, industry, policymakers, and civil society organizations to collaborate on practical solutions by transforming the business into a big action under the umbrella of its sustainable development goals, from immediate relief efforts to long-term recovery strategies. Sustainable economics is a key part of the solution. This condition certainly has a negative impact on the money circulation. For this reason, the government and industry actors have been applied a number of strategies related to change in public policy, program innovations, and technology transfer to revive economic growth in the midst of a crisis situation due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
When I think about this urgency, three questions keep bugging me. The first one is, does it matter for economic growth and welfare? Can it help explain the Great Recession and predict where we are heading now? This situation encourages us to facilitate a variety of ideas, concepts, theories, and knowledge from academics and practitioners that can be part of the solution to the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Therefore, we organized the first international seminar and call for paper or Iscp at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 or Uta'45 Jakarta 2020 on the theme of economic science, empowering entrepreneurs, digitalization, sustainable business, and management for national economic enhancement.
The COVID-19 pandemic that occurred in 2020 resulted in lots of environment and innovation in the engineering and computer science area. UTA'45 Jakarta presents an international seminar and call for paper to discuss this in the first international conference and call for paper UTA'45 Jakarta 2020 with the sub-theme Frugal Innovation during COVID-19 pandemic. For that, we call you all to attend and contribute as participants or presenters in this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you. A special welcome to Mr. Marzuki Usman as the advisor for the ISP 2020, Mr. Rudiono Darsono as the head of Universitas 17 Agustus 45 Jakarta Foundation, Mr. Bambang Sulistomo as the head of Universitas 17 Agustus 45 Jakarta Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Khanna as our rector, Universitas 17 Agustus 45 Jakarta, Mr. Dr. An Bulagan, speaker from Australian National University, Professor Dr. Habibah Wahab, speaker from University of Science Malaysia, Associate Professor Yudi Fernando, speaker from University Malaysia Pahang, and Mr. Wahyu Esarendra, PhD, speaker from University of Brunei Darussalam. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us for this event, the first international seminar call for paper UTA'45 Jakarta 2020. As we all know, the spread of SARS-CoV virus, which causes the COVID-19 disease, has been the global pandemic since, and it has prompted many countries to implement social restriction policies. Indonesia is one of the countries that has implemented a large-scale social restriction policy, and this policy stunts the global and national economic growth. A very significant impact occurred in various industrial sectors in Indonesia, from manufacturing to finance. According to Moody's research, the most affected industries are textiles, automotive suppliers, consumers, tourism, aviation, and shipping. The industrial sector has experienced a very large impact from the implementation of a large-scale social restriction policy, even though this sector is the largest contributor to gross domestic product enhancement, which is a measure of the development of countries in the world. The Central Statistic Agency of the Republic of Indonesia found that in February 2020, there was a decrease in import values for all categories of goods compared to January 2020. The decline in import value occurred in consumption materials, 39.91%, raw or auxiliary materials, 15.89%, and capital goods, 18.03%. This condition indicates that imports of domestic raw goods are experiencing sluggishness. As long as the large-scale social restriction policy is implemented, the economic activities of the community face significant obstacles, particularly those that must be carried out outside of the home. This condition certainly has a negative impact on the money circulation. For this reason, the government and industry actors have been applied a number of strategies related to changes in public policy, program innovation, and technology transfer to revive economic growth in the midst of a crisis situation due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This situation encourages us to facilitate a variety of ideas, concepts, theories, and knowledge from academics and practitioners that can be part of the solution to the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, we organized the first international seminar and call for paper at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Jakarta in 2020 with the theme of technological and advancement and readiness post-COVID-19 in multi-industrial sectors. Today, in this event, we will go through 5 topic areas. The first one, the economic science, with the sub-theme, empowering entrepreneurs through digitalization, sustainable business, and management for national economic enhancement. The second, the social and political science, with the sub-theme, the COVID-19 pandemic from a social, political, and journalism perspective. The third one, the law science, with the sub-theme, legal aspect of new normal after COVID-19. The fourth, the pharmaceutical science, with the sub-theme, herbal medicine for COVID-19 and how to overcome with pandemic situation. And the last one, the engineering and computer science, with the sub-theme, frugal innovation during COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, before we begin, I would like to tell you all about our schedule for today. Okay, day 1, International Conference on Sunday, 6 December 2020. We are going through the International Conference with 3 parts. The first part will be presented by Professor Dr. Habibah Awahab and Mr. Rajesh Khanna. And second part will be presented by Dr. Anbulagan and Mr. Wahyu Sesarendra. And the third part will be presented from Mr. Yudi Fernando. Okay, first, Let us put our right hand to our chest as a sign of respect and for us to play Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Without further ado, let us give a warm welcome to our committee that could make this event happen. Mr. Rio Johan Putra as our head of the Committee of ISCP 2020, Mr. Rajaskana as our head rector of Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Jakarta, and our special guest, Mr. Wisnutama Kusubandio, the Minister of Tourism Indonesia. Mr. Rio, time and place, I give you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Atru. Good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. The participant of the International Seminar and Call for Paper Uta'45 Jakarta 2020. Welcome, the speakers, presenter, also participant who have put their time, energy into join this event. We are proud to welcome the participants from the various countries such as Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Australia, Iran, Pakistan, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, and other countries. I would like to thank everyone because at this event we will participate in an international level event, an event that gives extraordinary dedication to the progress and goodness of the world. Our enthusiasm as International Seminar and Call for Paper 2020 committee has never decreased. We will continue to be creative and work to serve all the participants, presenter, and speaker at this event and future event. Okay, Currently, the health sector, economy, political, and legal industry are experiencing an extraordinary crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic that is being experienced throughout the world. We cannot give up. We must contribute touch and even year for what to do after the COVID-19 pandemic has passed in each other. We must struggle, prepare to recover, and improve our sector after the COVID-19 pandemic has passed. And then we hope that this event will become prestigious event in the world academic. B, utilizing theory for research and application to all industry sector to be more advanced and survive after the COVID-19 pandemic. Keep in the spirit, everyone. I am Maria John Putra, representing International Seminar and Call for Paper 2020 Uta'45 Jakarta Committee to congratulations to you on joining this event. Okay, thank you very much for you all, for your time, your energy, and your dedication for the join this event. Next time, we give time for a speech to the rector of Uta'45 Jakarta, Mr. Rajesh.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Rio. The Honorable Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic and of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Wisnu Tama Kusbandio. The Honorable, all the main speaker at this international seminar, Dr. Engineer Anbulagan from NU University, and then my friend, Professor Habibah Fernando from University Malaysia, and Uta from University of Brunei Darussalam. My respected chairman of foundation, the foundation of 17 August 1945 Jakarta, Mr. Rudiono Darsono, and Mr. Bambang Sulistomo. My honorable to all leaders and staff of 45 Jakarta, presenters from various states, private university, practitioners, participants. Ladies and gentlemen, for all, let us express our praise and gratitude. We are able to attend the first international seminar and call for paper, Iscp, on the theme of technological advancement and readiness post-COVID-19 in multi-industrial sectors. On this occasion, I would like to thank all the speakers for taking the time to share their knowledge and experiences in this international online seminar. We are proud of this international online seminar and call for paper events because with this international seminar, the University of 17 August 1945 Jakarta is able to have a global impact in the pandemic, in the academic area, both at national and international levels. This, of course, will encourage self-confidence in developing the potential of the academic community so that they can provide new energy to participate and be active in developing their professionalism in the academic settings and implementing the three dharma of higher education, or in other words, we call the three principles of higher education in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this international online seminar took the theme technological advancement and readiness post-COVID-19 in multi-industrial sector. The choice of this theme is one form of concern, seriousness, and commitment of the Uta'45 Jakarta in finding the best effort and solution as well as appropriate technology in living side by side with the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia has been going since February 2020 and has not been resolved properly until now. During that time, many things have changed and forced us to change and adapt to new things. The COVID-19 pandemic can be like a tsunami that hit all dimensions of life and reverse the existing order. All areas are negatively affected, starting from the economic, the physical, and psychological health of the community, culture, and the environment. Communication pattern change. Learning method and work system are forced to adapt quickly. Technology takes a major role in communication, business, and work pattern, where all parties are forced to adapt quickly to the new system. Even so, the pandemic continues to expand and poses a big enough challenge to stakeholders to make policies that not only protect the public in terms of their mental and physical health from coronavirus transmission, but also protect the economic stability of families where the economy has become so fragile. Staying at home is seen as no longer the only right solution, especially when faced the human needs for meeting their economic needs that cannot be postponed. So there is no other choice but to live side by side with this pandemic. Ladies, gentlemen, and international online seminar participants, through this online international seminar, we hope that this country can raise again from the downturn caused by the pandemic. Hopefully, we are no longer just walking in place and busy fuzzing over while the challenges are getting more massive and require the participation and solidarity of all parties to face them. For this seminar is divided into 5 sessions that will discuss the disclosure of fact and handling of the COVID-19 pandemic in the field of pharmacy, law, economics, social politics, and engineering. We hope that this event can become a forum for discussion and sharing of the best thought from various experts who have experience and competence in their field to map the problems and impact that occur during a pandemic. Then formulate what action can be done in society. Finally, I congratulate you on this international online seminar. Let me, as a rector of the University of 17 August 1945 Jakarta, officially open the implementation of the first international seminar and call for papers on the theme of technological advancement and readiness post-COVID-19 in multi-industrial sector today. Thank you very much.
It is a great honor for me to join and deliver congratulatory speech on the first international seminar and call for paper 2020 Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Jakarta. The roles of scientific research and academic are truly essential for the development and enhancement, including in the sectors of tourism and creative economy in Indonesia. These sectors hold huge function in so many Indonesian people's livelihood, and now facing massive challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has also been applying the values of academic analysis within establishing strategies and programs for strengthening the tourism and creative economy sectors in Indonesia. I believe that it is really important to keep extending the power of our academic and research. Thus, I highly appreciate the committee for organizing this event as a commitment for facilitating variety of ideas, concepts, theories, and knowledge from academics and practitioners. It is with big hope that this seminar will also inspire more academics to actively contribute in improving our nation, particularly to scale up the readiness post-COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
All right. Thank you very much for the warm welcome speech to Mr. Rio, Mr. Rajesh, and to our special guest, Mr. Wisnu Tama. First, let me start by reading the rules for this international conference. So it consists of 2 sessions. First, material presentation from the speakers. And the second session is the discussion and question and answer session. Before we start into the presentation session from the speakers, let me introduce our speakers to this international conference part 1 this morning. Professor Habib. She graduated Bachelor Science Honors from Liverpool John Moore University, UK in 1993. In 1994, she graduated Master in Science in King's College London, University of London. And in 1999, she finished her PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, discipline of Pharmaceutical Technology at King's College London, University of London. Professor Habibah Wahab started as a teacher at University Science Malaysia, and now she is the Dean at School of Pharmaceutical Science, University Science Malaysia. Second speaker this morning is Mr. Rajesh Khanna, Master of Science and currently PhD of School Computer Science, University Science Malaysia. He graduated Master of Science, specialized in computer, and he is now the head rector of our university, Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Jakarta. The time and place I give to Professor Habibah and Mr. Rajesh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Alejandro Tumia, Pak Alejandro. So let me just share my screen. PowerPoint. Okay. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So again, very good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank Rector, Professor Rajesh Khanna, Vice Rector Ibu Diana Laila, Ibu Nina Justina, Pak Alejandro Tumio, and the organizing committee of international seminar and call for paper, Universitas 17th Augustus 1945, or ISCP 2020, for inviting me in this seminar. Although I could not be present physically, to be able to be part of in this online meeting is a great honor for me indeed. In my talk today, I would like to share some of our works on natural products and computer-aided drug discovery of anti-influenza and how we could use it to target COVID-19. So, right. So the picture of this slide is actually a blend of pictures of Jakarta City and Penang City, together with UTAC and School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Science Malaysia. I thought it is apt to show how beautiful our two cities are and how vibrant our two universities in advancing education and research in pharmaceutical sciences. And that we decided to have a strong relationship through our MOU that we signed in 2017. For that reason also, I feel very honored and privileged indeed to share this session together with Professor Rajesh Khanna, who is also an alumnus of our university. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of natural products to drug development has been extensively documented. They still hold out the best options for finding novel agents and active templates. The structure diversity and biological activity of natural products make them the most valuable sources of drug and leads. In fact, more than 1/3 of all the US FDA approved therapeutic agents over the past 20 years are derived from or inspired by natural products. More than 50% of the developed small molecules drugs from 1981 to 2019 originated from natural products, either as natural products per se, or semi-synthetic natural products, or natural product derived mimetics, as shown in this pie chart, which been reported by Newman and Craig, right? Professor Newman and Professor Craig actually updated this information yearly for us. Okay? But this table here is actually an example of representatives of drugs discovered from natural products taken from Lee et al. And the list actually includes several well-known history-changing drugs such as penicillin, morphine, paclitaxel, and artemisinin. Okay? So here is a selected milestone of drug discovery from natural products. Okay? So human probably already aware of medicinal properties of various plants since year 6000. Okay? But drugs that is actually in the market derived from natural products are actually morphine when first discovered and commercialized in 1827. So morphine became the first pure natural derived medicine. But for natural products community and champions, the climax of the story actually emerged in 2015 when the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to Campbell and Omura, as well as Yu for the discovery of ivermectins and artemisinin. Right. So interestingly, that we have a lot of the success story. But in 1980, pharmaceutical companies scale back or abandon their natural products programs and focus on combinatory chemistry and high throughput screening to generate new drug candidates. So we're wondering, why is that happening, right? So it's actually when they abandon their natural products program, actually the productivity of drugs in the market also going down. Okay, so people actually thought there is a coincidence between abandoning natural products with the declining of a number of drugs appear in the market. Okay? Right. So, the reason why some companies actually scale back their natural products program because of the challenges that they face with the natural product-based drug discovery. So most efforts in natural product-based drug discovery were put in a top-down approach initiated by a screening of biological samples of desirable bioactivities followed by compounds isolation and characterization. So as many compounds from natural products are known, reported in the literature, so we tend to discover new known compounds. Not only that the technical barriers to isolation of compounds from natural products are quite high, right? And you cannot just screen when you do the high throughput screening. You cannot screen with the extract because extracts are not compatible with the high throughput screening platform. Right. So all is not lost though, because the advent of novel technologies, including innovative extraction of natural products, computer-aided drug design, and various omic technologies, will undoubtedly create potential for discovery of drug candidates, either as natural products or inspired or modified natural products. Okay. So recent advances in computer-aided drug design techniques provide powerful tools for processing complex natural products and developing novel drugs based on their structures. As such techniques include machine learning, simulation, chemoinformatics, bioinformatics, as well as structure-based drug design. Right, so let us share some of our natural product work aided by computational techniques. So we're motivated to integrate natural products research with computer-aided drug design due to the wealth of information that our traditional medicines have. Right. So what we do is actually we created an IT platform or a database platform for natural products, which we call NADI. Okay. So NADI, when we created NADI, we intended to be a one-stop center for natural products. Okay? So NADI actually have different type of modules in it. So you can access via online at www.nadidiscovery.com, right? So as I mentioned earlier on, that it has different modules. What is shown here is NADIChem, a chemical database, but we also have a global database describing the botanical and the pharmacology of the plants. Okay? So in NADIChem, one can search compound either from a specific plant or specific name, formula, or other attributes such as smell, loctite, and weight. Okay? So this is just an example. If you pull down the select plant's name, or you can write a chemical name that you want, okay? Or you can draw to find a substructure search for any compounds that you desire and whether or not they have any relation to the natural products compounds in our database, okay? Really, we actually use it to answer some of our questions. Okay, so we want to know whether we can correlate our traditional use of herbals with scientific explanations. This is one of the reasons why we created this database in the first place, and we want to identify the types of compounds active on the disease targets. Okay. We also want to know whether we can identify plants for further extraction and isolation, not just get an active compound, but when we extract, can we get a new compound, for example? And we got this compound that we isolated. Can we use the active natural product structure to design simpler or more active compounds? That was what we thought when we designed this NADI database. Okay, so let me bring you to our work. In identifying plants for further extraction and isolation. So these examples that we are going to show is actually on the potential plants for as an inhibitors for anti-influenza or H1N1 inhibitors. Okay, right. So you'll be probably asking why influenza, right? Why? Because as you can see from the table, influenza pandemic has caused a high mortality in the world population, as exemplified by 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, which killed 50 to 199 million people worldwide in a year. Right? So we started working on influenza at the start of H5N1 pandemic scare in 2006. It's not a pandemic, that's why I said it's a pandemic scare, because it's enough to scare and create worry and concerns around the world when H5N1 make a scene to the world. Okay. Why people were so scared about avian flu? Let me just give you an examples of the situation in this region. Okay, so avian strain of influenza emerged in 1997 in Hong Kong, resulting in 18 cases with a 50% mortality at the time. Okay, so during this outbreak, a total of 23 cases of H5N1 infections in humans actually give rise to 18 deaths. That was reported in Thailand and Vietnam alone. Okay, of the 18 deaths of 23 cases. Okay, so with Indonesia, so I actually look up in 2017. Okay, so these are the tables of what happens in Indonesia. Okay, so you can see that from 2033. I think it's too small, so maybe we should zoom it up. Okay, if you can see, so from 2013 to 2017, right? If you can really see this, okay, right? But what I'm trying to show is actually the total number of cases, up to 2017 in Indonesia is 199 cases, and death about 169. So you can see the high mortality rate of avian flu, right? So it's about 85% fatality. That is why we thought that maybe we should also work with other people, together with other people, work for solution for avian flu at that time. Okay. And then not long after that, we'll really have a pandemic of influenza that happens in 2009. Not very long. Right? We got 2006 H5N1, and 2009 we have an influenza pandemic caused by H1N1 swine flu, okay, which has affected around 214 countries, causing over 30 million cases and almost 20,000 deaths. Okay, so this map it shows the distribution of influenza virus serotype by influenza transmission zone from October 2018 to May 2019. It's quite recent. Okay, so this shows that even after more than a decade, the pandemic 2009 H5N1 strain is still circulating, and influenza A remains a major concern to worldwide population. Okay, in fact, influenza is always been predicted to become a next pandemic. Okay, so 2017, CNN was in the headline, it says that the big one is coming and it's going to be a flu pandemic. Okay, and the next year in 2018, we have Bill Gates predicted there will be a global flu pandemic originating from China. So it's very, very interesting at that time. Bill Gates is estimating that at the spread of the flu pandemic in China in 6 months is gonna cause 32.9 million deaths worldwide. So, I am very interested to see, when the infection comes to China, the first countries to be infected seems to be Malaysia, because traditionally Malaysia have a very strong relationship with China. So it happens also when we have COVID-19. Malaysia is among the countries which actually has reported the case. Okay, Right, but we didn't have influenza virus pandemic, but world witnessed the emergence of coronavirus pandemic in 2020. Okay, so this pandemic has caused millions of deaths already. Okay, but I'm just thinking about what happened. All right, what happened? Sorry, if we have a double pandemic, we have the influenza pandemic as well as the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as coronavirus pandemic. Would world be prepared for it? Because in America, they actually thought about it. Okay, in 2013, the White House actually start preparing for the two pandemics that is going to happen. One is the H7N1. Still, you see, the bird flu is something that worries everyone. Okay, because flu that is infected to animal shouldn't be infecting man, but it can if it's transmitted to human, then it's something that we should worry about. And at the same time, at that time, there was MERS coronavirus that spread it from Saudi Arabia to several other countries. So the National Security Councils in America was preparing for both pandemic, but thankfully it didn't happen, right? But now we are witnessing with only one pandemic, and it's enough to, cause the whole economic situation. A lot of countries are affected by the economy, and the skills of the healthcare system have to actually cope with COVID is actually quite immense. Okay, right. So I'm going back to influenza, right? So this is an influenza virus anatomy. It consists of 8 negative strand RNA molecules enveloped by a lipid bilayer envelopes. Okay, so on the envelopes actually has hemagglutinin and neuraminidase enzymes. Okay, so this HA and NA actually give the characteristic of influenza subtype. So you'll be wondering, where does the H1N1 come? H5N1, H7N9. So these are the combination between HA and A proteins. Okay, right. So what worries everyone is actually if the strain is especially virulent, it can cause worldwide pandemics and kill millions of people. Okay, so what did we do? Right. So in our work, in the screening, we screened our database and we found about 5 plants possess the number of compounds that can be an influenza inhibitors. And these plants actually Garcinia mangostana, M. charantia, Uta'45 Brucea javanica, and longifolia. Okay, and all these things that we predicted when we studied on the neuraminidase assay, it shows the degree of inhibitions, and we're quite encouraged, and we actually managed to isolate the compounds. About 12 compounds have been isolated from the plants, and we published it in a good journal. So the journal has a 4.59 impact factors. Okay, and our work actually gained some attention, and in fact, one paper stated that our protocol will significantly facilitate the practical applications of virtual screening of nature products. But what we do with the virtual screening is also very interesting. All right, so when we started, it was 5H5N1, right? And then a few years after that, there is H1N1. So we thought that maybe we should work on H1N1. So when we screened, ferulic acid, we found a ferulic acid we found Garcinia mangostana as a hit. From Garcia mangostana, we isolated ferulic acid, but ferulic acid was not in our NADI database. It doesn't appear in the in silico screen. It was isolated from mangosteen, and then we tested an in vitro assay. It is quite potent. Okay, it has IC50 or 140 micromolar. But the idea is we not really want to go all out, right? Because of the funding structure in Malaysia, and the amount of funding that we got will not allow us to develop into something more serious. But it's important for us to actually demonstrate that virtual screening can be used to select specific plants from among the rich biodiversity of Southeast Asia, and further its in vitro pharmacological studies. Okay. So despite time and resource restraints, virtual screening, we've proved that virtual screening is effective at identifying active botanical compounds, even when larger scale efforts were impossible. So we took ferulic acid and studied the structure, and the structure is very similar to curcumin, right? Which is also interesting because curcumin is active against many diseases actually. Okay, so we thought that ferulic acid might have a certain, potential to be developed further. And we, when we study about ferulic acid, we found that ferulic acid also commonly found in paddy, in rice, wheat, oats. Okay, so also that remind us of jamu beras kencur that the Indonesians are taking a lot. In fact, I saw when I was in Indonesia that most, Japanese women actually take jamu beras kencur, in the hotel, even in the hotel, right? So we thought that why not? This is our own compound. So we compare even our ferulic acid with other inhibitors, and we found that there is structure similarity between oseltamivir and ferulic acid. So oseltamivir is actually the drugs that is WHO recommend for every countries to stockpile. Okay, so this is an antivirus. Okay? So you can see that it's a very clear. These two structures have alpha beta carboxylic acid here, right? It has a methoxy group in oseltamivir. Ferulic acid has also ferulic acid have a methoxy group, an ether group, so similar to oseltamivir, which has an isopentoxy group. Okay, right. Well, the difference is actually you got the acetamidol group in oseltamivir, but we only have like hydroxy group. But this is quite a important group in designing neuraminidase inhibitor. So we are quite happy that the compound actually have a similarity. Okay. And we look back all the neuraminidase inhibitors in the market, right? They are there, but they also have problem. For example, zanamivir is the first anti-neuraminidase drug available in the market. Was discovered by a 38 years old scientist or lecturers in Monash University. He's a very young scientist, Mark Bodenstein is, when he discovered zanamivir. But problem with zanamivir is it doesn't have a good oral bioavailability. Thus, when oseltamivir coming out, oseltamivir can be given as oral medicine. It's actually wiped, 80% of the sales of zanamivir. Okay, and we have a newer one, peramivir. But there is still room for people to work because the flu virus actually developing, drug resistance quite frequent. Okay, right now oseltamivir is actually quite, a lot of influenza virus are quite resistant to it. So this is our approach. We actually work a lot on in silico design, work a lot on the computer. We design the ferulic acid and vanillin derivatives, and then we dock them whether they have activity or not. And we also, fit them into a pharmacophore model whether to see that they can have an activity that we desire, right? A certain pharmacofeatures that we desire, and then we synthesize them, and then we test them in vitro as well on the virus assay. All these things still are in vitro. Okay. Right, and then we do some quantitative structure activity relationship. So this is our target compounds. When we decided to have this guanidinido group. This guanidinido is inspired by zanamivir. Zanamivir actually make a small tweak in Dana by introducing this this group, and it gives a huge leap of activity in zanamivir. Okay. Right, so as I mentioned earlier on, we do, so these are the structures that we want to have, okay? So we dock the compounds using Autodock, and we compare it with oseltamivir, okay? And our docking result, this is the control. Tamiflu or oseltamivir has a delta G bind of minus 8.14 kilocalorie per mole, right? And actually, the ferulic acid on its own without any modification has a 7.5 kilocalorie per mole. And our desired target compound, 3-guanidinoferric acid, has a good G bind of minus 11.31 kilocalorie per mole. So the more negative the value, the bigger the value in the negative directions, it's actually the better for drug design. This shows that the high activity of the compounds can be obtained. Okay, right. So we fit the model into pharmacophore model that's generated by Mutassim. We also have our own just to show, but we fit in Mutassim model because we want to show that this journal is a good journal, has published this model. So maybe we should try to see whether our compounds fit into this model. So it fits nicely, right? And then we propose a synthetic scheme and we synthesize the molecules. So these are all the derivatives that we design, the free energy values as well as the fit values. Okay. And then we tested it on neuraminidase assay, right? So we found that 18 out of 25 compounds actually have activity of greater than 50% towards neuraminidase. So that is quite a high success rate considering that these are design compounds. So 18 out of 25 is no more than 70%, right? Success. Right. When then we take the experiment further, we evaluate the IC50 of the compounds, and we found that MY53, 223 has a good inhibition constant, which is about 50 micromolar. Okay, so this MY or MH you see in the literature, actually designed by my PhD student Maywan Haryono, who's actually in Sanata Dharma now. Okay, right. Then we also study some of the compounds in a viral assay because viral assay is very expensive and very tedious. So we didn't study all the 20 of compounds that we make. So here are the results on the viral assay, and in a nutshell, that our compound actually have a very good selective index compared to oseltamivir. Okay, right. So that means our compound is more safe, is safer compared to Tamiflu, and it's published in scientific reports. Okay. Now we have a lot of work on H5N1 and H1N1, and they're published in high impact journals. Okay. So go back to the theme of the journal today. The conference today, the seminar today is about herbal medicines for COVID-19. Can we, at our point, can we use our same approach for influenza to use for, for COVID-19? Okay. So recap, everybody knows we are still living in a pandemic, but just remember that this is a pandemic of 2019 and 2009 we have influenza pandemic. Okay, so it's just the difference of 10 years. Okay, right? So maybe 10 years is enough time for us to look into what is a possible pandemic later on. Okay, okay. Some introductions on COVID-19 is declared by WHO as a pandemic in February. Okay, and the disease is actually COVID-19. The causative cause of COVID-19 is actually the severe acute respiratory syndrome virus. Okay, syndrome coronavirus type 2. Okay. All right. So this is a structure of coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So as the surface proteins, spike glycoprotein S. Okay, so if you remember the influenza has hemagglutinin. This hemagglutinin is going to be recognized by the cell to bind. Okay, so for COVID is S protein. Okay, so they also have a membrane protein and also envelope proteins. Okay, and these are the bilayers. Okay. Which enclose the RNA of the virus. Okay, so the RNA is the information about the viral genome. Okay. All right. So COV2, how does it replicated? So it's actually attached to the cells. Okay, by S protein, and then you have internalization happens, and the internalization results in translation and generation of replicase proteins, PPA. You got this, when it's translated, you get open reading frame 1A and open reading frame 1B, right? So you got all this polyprotein, and there will be enzyme which are going to cleave into respective proteins, for the function of the virus. Okay, so this is done by main proteins. Okay, so the main protease or the virus encoded proteins. Okay, so this protease is actually the one that cuts the polyprotein. Okay, so then the assembly will take place. Um, and then the virus subsequently release, okay, to infect other cells. Okay, so if you actually stop this cleavage of the protein, so that they don't make a new virus, that basically a good target for drug discovery. So for that reason, we actually choose the main proteins as our target, right? So what do we do? Again, we just use our NADI compounds. We screen it against SARS-CoV-2 main protease. We got the compound, the structure from PDB, right? 6Lu7, and then we do molecular docking, and we got some hits. Okay. So just show you, these are the control, the peptide that is already present, the crystal structure that we obtained from protein data bank, right? And it has a very good binding affinity to the protein. But we also show that NADI compound has a good or better binding energy to the peptide. So possibly, if we can test it, it's probably will tell us whether it's a good binder to the protease or not. Okay, right? So this is how it looks like when you actually superimpose all the compounds in the binding site. You can see that they are all binding in their protease binding site. Okay, so these are the compounds. We already know what are their plants and plant parts of these compounds, right? So you know that we have to stop the work with COVID at the in silico model until we find a way that we will be able to test it. Okay, so that may take some time, but I'm quite certain, and maybe we can get Uta', Prof. Rajesh, maybe some of your lecturer or your students want to come to USM to further this work, because this work is stopped halfway because we have no COVID virus to play with, to work with, not play, to work with. The protein is we couldn't get everything that right. All right, so we welcome collaborations from Utah. We are quite prolific in working, and we publish our work in good journals as well. So one final thought is actually we just show that these are the success stories from our work. CAT is widely used in pharmaceutical companies, but it's not a golden bullet. It's not a stop. It's not the last resort, or it's not the best of the methods available. You still have to combine with other things, and most important thing is actually you have to test whatever compound you design or you discover from computer. Okay, and the performance of cards is actually varies from target and from method to methods. Okay, with that note, I would like to acknowledge all my collaborators and co-researchers in RIKEN in Japan, in UCSD, in my current colleagues in USM who's been working with me, in my former PhD student, and my current PhD student, Fadi, who's working on COVID-19. Okay? So thank you very much. I hope I don't take too much time. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Habibah. Your time is perfect, so you don't need to worry about that. And thank you for your insightful presentation. And next, we are having our Mr. Raja to present the material. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much of Habibah and Mr. Mr. Andrew. Yep. Today I'm going to challenges in the new normal era. At a glance, I'm going to discuss about why COVID-19 as a pandemic. This is very essence that we need to be aware and to understand actually why this pandemic happens. And if I can come up with human has damaged the corona's comfort zone, that where the at the same time when human trying to create their own activities with or without the awareness, but human has damaged the corona's comfort zone. So at the same time, corona try to find their new home, that is a human body. Now humans very concerned is trying to identify how to stay healthy, and we are in the zone of trying to find a solution. All the world has a very difficult zone, and they are trying to get to understand with a lot of things with from the health point of view, from the economics point of view, and from education point, really not aware about human body mechanism. This is where we can see that we are really lack of the knowledge or the experience how to solve the pandemic situation. Businesses suddenly collapse. Healthcare institution become the last option. And as we know, per today I saw as Prof. Habibah said that the death cases throughout the world around 1.4 until 1.5. Recently, this morning I found that 1.5 billion people, and this is trying to create unstable condition, and the healthcare institution also in the zone, especially in Indonesia, the government trying to find a solution with the hospital, the location. They are trying to add apartment and all the facility make as become hospital. Education sector finding solution with a hope of new normal era. Education system likewise preparing for the case of 19 since February 2019, and we are all getting shock of research process. We do a lot of activities in the campus. when the situation of the pandemic, then it trying to destroy everything, and we are trying to find a new pattern of learning. And the pandemic COVID-19 trying to push us to be as a self-learning. Education dimension adopting online modality as the instruction implementation in the new normal. That's one of the choice. All of the university, especially in Indonesia, they are starting who are not really prepared in terms of technology-wise, the communication mindset, the interaction style. It is totally disturbed, and it's trying to create a border between the institution, education institution, and the stakeholder. Curriculum become the main aspect to view. Based on the seminar curriculum model, focus on the goal, content, approach, and evaluation. The goal here, the goal focus on the readiness. The existing curriculum goals that touch on the set of readiness competencies in a variety of field of study, such as natural disaster readiness. However, that natural disaster readiness, it doesn't solve the problem at this time. We are facing a lot of challenges. We are trying to get very, very close to the offline education, to the approach of teaching in the class, to the approach of sharing the knowledge with a student in one classroom, in one group of studies. And all this of the harness in disaster readiness. When we are talking about health readiness, then this is talking about, are we ready to educate our students how to prepare their health? How to explain, to take care of human mechanism. In my understanding, human body mechanism, it is very such a complicated process and very complex, as we can see that Professor Habibah explaining about even a single gene that has very complicated structure inside. And how to say this at this moment, education only focus on the preparing to be skilled on the. Once they have completed their education, they are ready for jobs. But in this situation, it's trying to make us to think. To be creative. Journalists to find lotos to make sure we can find a new model, especially in the education learning process. Emergency readiness. Are we ready? This is one of the disaster way of thinking, the way of our projection has been changed into how to be survive. And we are facing, we are as the educator, we're facing a lot of challenges. It is not easy. Our Ministry of Higher informed that in the last 2 weeks that starting from January 2021, the education sector can start to be open, can start to be open as an offline education system as the previous education style. But at the same time, the number of COVID-19 infected and die or pass away, it is increasing, especially in Japan. And if you can see throughout the world also increasing. We must of demand. In one way, government thinking of the economic must grow. In the other side, government also thinking about the healthcare situation or condition to the public must be taken care. They call with the assumption or with the criteria of protocol COVID-19. Everything we run, but we need to face about our students, our kids. They are not really aware of what is COVID-19. We can say that, okay, please use your mask and wash your hand, put a gap, a distance with other, but when they meeting with their friends and everything, then this is one of the concern from the parents and we are as the educator. This has happened in the field of teaching on education, agriculture extension, transportation studies, and so on. According to Chayapai, it said that the goal, we need to develop a set of readiness competencies based on curriculum goal. This is one of the perspective that we can see and prepare in the education sector, especially in the university. Integration meaning here, such as number of hours spent on all the subject, but of course, we need to pointing on the important aspect, the content expectation from various subject in designing and instruction. Are we ready to teach one particular course or subject to our student with an advice on the component of healthcare? We never think of it. We never plan with that. We just thinking of, okay, for the pandemic, COVID-19, that's the responsible of healthcare institution. That is the responsible of pharmacy, nursing. There are some eligible institutions who are taking care of that. But our students ready. Reduce curriculum content that's focused on the essential part. Significance, the content must be very significant with the important keywords or value from the subject. Relevance, content should relate it to community values. Utilities, the content to reduce to think about the immediate on the existing, the present situation, and the future. As we know, the teaching approach previously we are running under blended learning, mixing between classroom meeting and online meeting. In the blended learning, not all faculty are happy to follow, meaning that of the faculty, they are saying that it is very good if we do approach learning process in the classroom face-to-face, because we can see the student body language and their thoughts and direct expression. At the same time now, the pandemic pushed, of course, we need to make ready the developed structures and well-trained lecturers. This is what we are facing in this day. Instructional evaluation through the synchronous form, where lecturer and student work together through online application. In UTA'45, we are trying our best to make with a complex system to make sure the learning process with a synchronous form. And we make sure all the teaching and learning process noted and into the system with the attendance, scheduling, and everything. That's under the synchronous, and asynchronous form is lecturer and student not necessarily interact live online. This is where not all faculty ready to facing this instructional evaluation. Some of them, especially for the pharmacy, if I can see, when they are facing with a lab, they need something to work with a mix of component in the lab and the engineering students. They are still facing the situation where we have our own lab, but unfortunately, the regulation make us not possible to enter to the school. As a conclusion, is a must. Education not only to improve student skill for job purpose, but how to survive in facing any pandemic. Thank you very much. This is my thought. I will give the time to the MC back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajesh, for your presentation. And once again, I would like to thank you for Ms. Professor Habibah presentations. And well, both of your presentations are very insightful and it's very useful for the post-COVID pandemic. And now we are going to open the discussion and the question and answer session. Discussion session divided into two terms. One term, two questions. For those who want to ask a question, please click the raise your hand button and I will call you one by one. And please state your name and profession and your institution. Thank you.
MC, may I give a question?
Yes, sure. Miss Aprilita,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I would ask question to Prof. Habibah. Thank you for an excellent and interesting presentation, Prof. Habibah. I would like to ask how much correlation between virtual screening with in vitro and in vivo assay in the search for new drug, and should all three virtual screening models, including molecular docking, in silico, and pharmacophore, be performed prior to conducting in vitro studies? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Asperlita, Rina. Yanti, thank you very much for the questions. Actually, I got only the first part. The second part I didn't get, but let me just reply for the first part. You are asking me what is the correlation, successful correlation between in silico and the actual results. Okay, you know, I can only say from my success story, from my story, our work, or also from what I understood from the literature. Right. Bearing in mind that nowadays almost everything will be done. Will be in pharmaceutical company also. You know, there will be some computational model studies on any drug discovery work. Okay, for our case, I can say that us is about 80%. You know, 80% of the compound that we design, most of them have activity. So we are very very confident with not only molecular docking or pharmacophore modeling, how we interpret, the activity of from the in silico to the, how they bind to the molecule. So it's about 80% on our case. When we started in H5N1, we have another group who doesn't do any modeling at all. They were just working on organic chemistry only. They just synthesize molecules. They have like 40 compounds synthesized and published, right? But none. I think maybe 1 or 2 compounds are active. Again, compare with us, that most of our compounds that we design have activity. So we were like quite confident now. I think a lot of people will say the same thing. It's by design, right? So a lot of things in the world now is all by design. Okay, right. But whether or not it becomes a drug later on is another story, because human bodies is more complicated than making aeroplanes. If you want to make aeroplanes, most likely you have to understand about fluid dynamic or aerodynamic. But in human body, you see fluid dynamic, you see, aerodynamic, you see there were so many barriers from, when you ingested the drugs right to the site of action. So they're so complicated, right? What is successful in vitro may not be successful even in animal study, and thus may not be successful in human study. But in drug discovery, if such a things happen, if any molecules are going to fail, we want them to fail early. We don't want to wait until at the end, then it fails. So that is why computers are very useful in that sense. Okay. So your second question, Ibu?
Yeah, my second question is, should all 3 virtual screening models, including molecular docking, in silico, and pharmacophore, be performed prior to conducting in vitro studies?
Yeah, I recommend it highly. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Habibah.
Thank you, Ibu Asprita.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Aprilita, and thank you, Professor Habibah, for your answer. And let me remind you, if you want to ask a question, you could raise your hand, or you could simply put a type on the chat box, and then I will read it out to you. And I guess we have another person who want to ask a question, Mr. Dayar Arbain.
Okay, thank you. Professor Habibah, hello.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
How are you?
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again, Pak Rain. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you in Indonesia?
Orang tua, sakit-sakitan.
Kami juga di sini sudah setengah abad ya, Pak.
Professor Habibah, thank you very much for joining us. And I am enjoying your great lecture. I remember late 1980s and 1990s, I used to go to Penang, UPM, and I have a lot of friends there. And as far as what they call it, isolation and synthesis of organic compound is concerned, I remember particularly Professor Samten Wah. He was a great chemist from UPM. I didn't follow your talk correctly. Who did the isolation and synthetic work of the work you just presented? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bain. That was our group member. The isolation of the natural product, we got more than 12 compounds isolated. It was done by many students, maybe 4 or 5. Most of them master student. We have one master student from University UNER, Ibu Nani, and then the rest are from Malaysia. Saira, the first author is Saira Ikram, who actually did the virtual screening up to the isolation of the compounds. But the majority of the compounds are isolated by Mukhtaridi from Universitas Pajajaran, who was at that time was my PhD student. And then he found ferulic acid, and then he didn't, he has to finish his PhD then, right? So the work was carried out by another Indonesian student, Maywan Haryono, who's now working in Universitas Sanata Dharma. So he was my PhD student. At that time, I have 4 Indonesian students in my lab. Rina, who's working on dengue, I think. Yeah, right. Mukhtar, PhD on neuraminidase. We have Yusuf, who later on, there was a lot of work on molecular modeling, also done by another PhD student from Unpad, Mustafa Jajaran, Yusuf, Muhammad Yusuf, and then Maywan. So we have 4 students from Indonesia in my lab at that time. Right. So yeah, it's a big loss for us when the government actually government of Indonesia actually reduced the number of students going to Malaysia. Right. So we could have benefited a lot. I'm not saying that you should send everybody abroad, but students who come to Malaysia, I mean, the expectation when they return to Indonesia will not be as great. So they can still be resourceful and working. So I hope I answered your question, Pak. Yeah. So it was the one who actually isolated was a few students, including a PhD student from Indonesia, and the one who synthesized was another PhD student from Indonesia as well. Right. We have other work a lot. So like I said that we have an Indian student who also work on neuraminidase, published the work. And we also have from another docent from University Islam Antarabangsa who actually designed his own molecule. So a lot of work on H5N1. Unfortunately, we didn't want to pursue COVID-19 work because when we study on influenza, the difficult part is on the experiment side, testing. If we don't get the virus, so it's very difficult. So we didn't want to pursue something that even when to get the virus sample is going to be very difficult for us. So that's why we decided to wait until we got the enzyme available in the market, or we can express the enzyme in our lab later on. Okay, right.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Congratulations and all the best for your work.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Pak Rajesh Khanam, can I ask, since you are rector, why don't send some of your students or your docent to USM? We can work on it.
Yes, Prof. Facing in terms of traveling and all the complicated situation, I hope once I heard that related with the vaccine, once it is coming in and everything can be used and can be solved, I hope so. In the near future, we're going to send some of the students.
Okay, thank you.
Some of our lecturers, academic staff. Yeah. Okay, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Habibah. Currently, we are open for 2 more questions. For those of you who wants to ask a question, you could raise your hand or click the button, raise hand button, or just simply type in the chat box and I'll read it out to you. Okay, I think we will wait for 3 more minutes. If there's no more questions, we are going to continue to our speaker.
Mr. Alessandro, may I ask to Prof. Habibah?
Of course you can, Mr. Rajas.
Prof, how about the education sector in this pandemic situation, especially in Penang at this moment?
I was actually very interested in your talk just now, but we face the same problem. You know, as a dean who actually have to make sure that we have to comply with you know, the learning outcome, the program learning outcome, things like that. We're so worried that we were not able to conduct face-to-face, but alhamdulillah, with this COVID, you know, everything that you have to try, you have to go out of your comfort zone. So in our lectures conducted face-to-face, conducted synchronous online teaching mostly, right? Because we just want to make sure that we engage the students, but at the same time we try to make sure that the load of the work is actually you know, can be coped by the student, because we had to change the method of assessment as well, because the student cannot come to campus. So the practicals have to be conducted online. So we have to do some simulated cases. For the attachment in the hospital, we have to do virtual attachment, right? So for as exam, we have to convert it from 100%, you know, from certain percentage of exam and coursework ratio to 100% coursework at that time. So it was a big challenge for us, and it was a huge learning for us. You know, it was difficult not only for the students and also for the lecturers. We have to understand the students you know, ability to follow the lectures, whether with our Moodle, our you know, using the WebEx or Zoom, right? So for the, then we found that some students don't have a luxury of having a good bandwidth to follow the lectures. So some of our lecturers have to use social media tools like FB, like telegrams, you know. So we are doing all that. So it was a very interesting, a very challenging and yet interesting. I still am learning, you know, how to record lectures, even though I give a lot of lectures, but you know, trying to record yourself is, you know, it's quite interesting experience. So just like what you said, you know, it's actually preparing the students also for the pandemic. You know, that is the most important thing in education, right?
Yes. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question. I think this is for Professor Habibah from Mary. Good morning, Professor. What factors that support highly the successful use of herbal medicine to cure COVID-19? Thank you. Herbal medicine. Thank you. Herbal medicine support
What factors? Okay.
COVID-19.
Right. We actually don't have any treatment for COVID-19. So it was just like a symptomatic treatment at the moment, right? The government not using those repurposed drugs, you know, the experimental repurposed drugs to the patient yet. More on, you know, put people on the you know, the so Andrographis paniculata, what is it? in Indonesia, in Malaysia, it's called Hempedu Bumi. So it's actually part of their program to treat COVID-19. So I cannot remember what the Chinese have protocols for the patients to use what kind of support. You really need government support who actually promote the use of herbal medicine, right? And of course, you need a lot of scientists giving, research and support the use of the herbal medicine. So there was a lot of room. I didn't follow what's going on in China in terms of herbal medicine, but when the COVID break out, so a lot of Chinese scientists actually do the repurposing, do the screening of all their just like what we did, Nadi, they do the same thing. That's why they found a few compounds, including Andrographis paniculata. So it was very interesting. So what you need is a good government support and a good support from people who are willing to take. I know Indonesian people are still using a lot of herbal medicine. So is our so in Malaysia, but without the government sanction, the government approval, then it's I don't think we would get to use herbal medicine for COVID-19 yet. I hope I answered the question. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Mary. Yeah?
I think one more question for me, Prof. Habibah.
Yes, yeah.
Can I, moderator?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the very great presentation that so useful for us. I think this also we have a lot of researcher here and also students and also many people from institution, they're from industrial or from hospital. And one questions come to my mind about the herbal drink. When the first time the outbreak, when WHO declared that COVID-19 as a pandemic, we knew some group from other country that declared that this herbal drink can cure COVID-19. Even now, I saw in the drugstore, pharmacy store that China also send the tablet herbal drink for cure the COVID-19 tablet herbal from herbal. They said that's from herbal can cure COVID-19. What is your opinion, Prof, about this herbal drink and about this tablet? Is it really can cure COVID-19 or just a supplement to support the patient COVID-19? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Ibu Diana. So as a pharmacist, I will be very cautious. Right, so I would say that it's a supplement, right? Except that herbal medicine for pharmaceutical, in Indonesia is pharmakapa, something like that. I cannot remember what was it.
Pharmacope.
Yeah. So for Indonesia, you have you are much more advanced in those things. For Malaysia, we call it for high value nutraceuticals is quite difficult, to find herbal medicine which in Malaysia which are at that level. That is like we call it like a pharmaceutical. But China has, but you really have to see whether it has gone through the regulatory agency. It has been approved by the regulatory agency. But when you were about to ask me just now, I was thinking that Indonesia drink a lot of kunyit, curcumin, right? So curcumin itself is good for increasing our immune system. So maybe not necessarily that the curcumin actually killing the virus, but curcumin actually enhancing our immune system to kill the virus. So maybe I really loud and applaud Indonesian people who drink jamu, especially the women. Not only that, you guys are slim, pretty, but healthy as well. So again, like you said, we should treat it as a supplement for now until we got approval that it is actually for COVID-19, right? So that's my take. But continue eating jamu. Continue eating jamu.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to our discussion and question and answer for part 1. And let us move on to the second part. Okay, let me remind you for the sessions. So first one, material presentations from the speakers, and then discussion and Q&A session. Okay, for this part 2, let me introduce our speakers for this international conference. Associate Professor Yudi Fernando, from Bachelor of Management Universitas Andalas in 2002 to Master of Business Administration at University Sains Malaysia in 2007. Currently, he holds PhD from University Sains Malaysia and graduated in 2011. He holds many achievements and research portfolios, and currently he is the Associate Professor. Let me welcome you, Associate Professor Yudi Fernando.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I believe that we are quite early than scheduled, and I'm always ready here. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Let me set my... Okay, so, wow. All right, thank you, moderator. Right, thank you, Mr. Moderator, respected rector, the committee, and other participants, Professor Rajesh, Dr. Johan, Dr. Diana, and all the friends from Uta'. So as introduced by our moderator, my name is Yudi, and today I would like to present to you on digitalizations of our supply chain. As you know that because of COVID-19, we have a scarcity on the certain product, for example, like the mask itself, the PPE, and many more. In fact, you know, it's quite surprising when the people looking for the toilet paper. Yeah, so people panic on that and looking for the toilet paper. But what is this? Why is this happen? Yeah, because of the scarcity of the product itself, because of the high demand on that. Then how we manage it? Can our conventional distribution, productions, and marketing can be transformed toward the digitalizations? So these are the questions. And what we need to do in order to sustain for the global competitions. Do we need to use the new strategy, recovery strategy, and what will happen after this, post-disruption? I always explain to the people. So basically, the COVID-19 can be divided into the three main stages. Yeah. So the first one, early stage. When the early stage, everybody was panic. They don't know what they have to do, and they have no idea, you know, about the COVID-19. And majority or almost a company is not aware about it. They even don't have a risk mitigation strategy. And in the middle, everybody start to get used with the COVID-19. And after that, you know, we are in the recovery areas, a recovery stage. So we are in Malaysia now in recovery stage. So we believe that other countries can also be in the recovery stage as well. Okay, since my topic related to the three biggest issue and cross-disciplinary on the business, economics, management, technology, you know, as well as the manufacturing. Yeah. So when we compare the countries, the biggest country now in the world, for example, like it used to be United States, but now they've been transformed to another, you know, a new power belong to China. So compare the China and United States now competing each other. We can see that Huawei now cannot install some, you know, technologies made by Americans. As you can see, there is like, the business war, economics war between the China and United States. And slowly, China already took, the position of United States. They are competing each other nowadays. Maybe everyone aware, it's not only about the food, beverages, the fashions that we use, apparel, electronics. So majority made in China. Yeah. So, however, many of now resources need to be recycled. Yeah, need to be recycled in order to come up with a new business. So when we compare Asia and Europe, Germany seems like the champion. Yeah, because the Germany able to become the top country, the best for recycle, while for the Asia, previously still, managed by China as the largest and biggest country, and slowly now, in 2018, they're quite equals between the India and Malaysia. So you can see that the Malaysia and India now competing each other on how to recycle the wastage. So Asia slowly can improve, their economics, and to the end, a few countries like Vietnam slowly, moving towards the better direction. You can see that the number of the factory are closed down in Indonesia as well as in Malaysia, and now the investor moved to Vietnam. Why Vietnam? Quite low cost, and the people attitude is quite good, and the support of the government. But nobody aware at the time the growth of the economies, the capacity, and so on, until people discover one pandemic, which is attacks every domains of the world. Yeah. So our ecosystem now being changed tremendously, and it's also impact our global supply chain. So when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you might have to look is your phone to check what time right now, whether I need to go for the toilet, for to pray, and so on and so forth. But because of the COVID-19, difficult to get the product. Like for example, like the mask, PPE, yeah, and so on and so forth. In fact, the medicine as well. You can see now every country are competing. Yeah, every country are competing to come out with a vaccine of COVID-19. So who will be the champion? China claimed that they are already in the middle of the the patents of the product, and some of the country like US, Australia also declare themselves they want to be number one, as well as Indonesia as well. Yeah. And people are scared because why? The government say you have to stay at home. Yeah, so that happened to the factory, to other essential industry. Yeah, and then after people understand we need a supply, for our people, then they have the change strategy. So now, people, if you look at the impact of the global supply chain, recently we conducted a survey, yeah, based on 147 companies in Malaysia, and we found that many of the key suppliers is below capacity. So because of the quarantine and staff shortage, so it's about 93% is the highest one, and followed by inability to meet the demand, yeah, due to movement control order. Yeah, I think the government say you cannot go out. Even now in Malaysia, certain states still not allowed to go out, except you have what they call that approval letter, yeah, from the policeman. So it's a contribute to the second stage. Is about 89%. And the third largest contributors to the impact COVID-19 to the global supply chain, if you can see here, delay in moving raw materials that happened last time. Yeah, we have to wait from China, and majority what we consume nowadays is made in China. So when the China stop productions, and the world also might have their own disruption. Yeah, so there's a few major impact of the COVID-19. So now there are the two questions. It's the big question for us, for everyone in this world, including the pharmacists, lawyers, accountants, even the engineers, and anyone in any provinces in this world. So the first one, the question, how the supply chain can be recovered, and the second one, what the company need to do, and how long does it take? So nobody one can foresee accurately whether the COVID-19 might end next year, 2021, a few days, the next few days, or they might continue to next 5 years and so on. As we know that now the country is depend on each other. We cannot work alone. So we get the raw material from China, we get the talents from Vietnam, and we produce the product itself in the Tangerang, in Jakarta. So we are now connected each other, and we depend each other. If you say that we can stay alone, we can compete alone, then you are now is not in the current era. So we have highly interdependencies each other. So ladies and gentlemen and people, there are few concerns that we have to look at here. So the current, you can see that the food security, the scarcity of the the foods that might happen for the next 5 or 10 years, or even right now, a country like India has difficulty on the water. So not enough water to drink. What happened? And now, if you can see that our forests, been replaced by houses, properties, shopping complex, and the factories. Then currently also depletion of natural resources. You can see that the oil and gas might, later on have difficulties. So people promote the renewable energy. And other than things, we can look at that, the number of population. The number is quite many, and now keep increasing from time to time. And after that is pollution itself. Everyone make their own carbon footprint. Every company make their own pollutions. You are using the car, motorbike, and so on. Even when you walk, you produce the carbon footprint. And the climate change also happen. So we cannot predict now. When will be the raining seasons? When will be the harvest seasons? When the dry season will happen? And after that, people keep moving from the small city to the big city. And last but not least, people, you aware about the cyber crime. People can sell the data, can hack your data. Even in Europe, there has been reported some company fell down and bankrupt. They have to close down the company because been attacked by the cyber crime. And also COVID-19. I'm not sure when the COVID-19 will really, ends. And this hard to foresee. And as we all live in this world, and whatever we do, we have to think how we come up with a new business, start up, so we can contribute not only to society, but in fact to the country as well. So now we encounter uncertainties. So we're not sure when, how to get the raw material. And we also have to think the cost of production. For example, like if you come out with a good medicine, how do you produce the good medicine with a big quantity and reduce the cost? People looking for the quality products and with affordable price. And nowadays, the technological disruption, for example, like industrial 4.0. So some company are not ready about it. When the people still learning about industry 4.0, then the society 5.0 already coming in. Our student is not only been prepared by the core subject, but they have to upskilling themselves on the technological side. And customer preference. Customer is looking for the better product, good design. As you can see that people now trust those who already bought that product compared to the company. When you purchase a product in Shopee, in Lazada, normally you will see the stars and the comments from the testimony from the previous customers. And of course, limited resources and globalization. How those people in business and management can survive? Can we find another alternative to survive in the COVID-19 pandemic attack right now? So recently, one startup company in France they come up with a very good idea. So now the consumptions of the mask or PPE is getting higher. You know, everyone is a compulsory to use the what they call that the face mask. Yeah. And they started the idea to produce a biodegradable, recycle, and anti-pollution. And they also bring back the used material of the face mask, and then they recycle it. Yeah. And then they start to find the new material, for example, like sugarcane, baggage, you know, they can also use the agriculture waste in order to produce the material for, you know, the face mask. So now they say that they're in the middle of patent it. And people, as those people like to use the Adidas, one example, they recycle back, you know, the plastic bottle from you know, your mineral water, and then they make it, you know, you know, the material for your sports shoes, yeah, especially running shoes. So the price is getting cheaper now, is 180 US dollar. So you can see that how the power of recycle might become the new business nowadays. And not to forget is Nike. Even Nike, you know, able to recycle unused, you know, the certain leather to become new materials. Yeah, so they're able to reduce the cost, and the price now getting cheaper and cheaper. It's about $80. You know, you can use the Nike original Nike shoes, right? And what I'm trying to introduce to you, the concept of the circular economy based on the recycle, COVID-19, and so on. We have to look at another, you know, another perspective, and not many people aware about it on the circular economy. So a circular economy means that we create the goods and services in, you know, a sustainable manner. For example, you recycle. For example, like you remanufacturing it, yeah, from the end life product to become a new product. And you try to design the long lifespan of the product. So normally for 1 year, then you make it, you know, longer for the 2 years or even 5 years. And you start to use the closing resource loop. So previously from, you know, the raw materials to become finished product, now from end of the product life itself, the recycle it become new product, and they start to remanufacturing it. And people start to create new job because COVID-19, many people lost their job. Can they stay at home while they also can work? Yeah. And the concept of CE is more or less is like reverse logistic or closed loop supply chains, where, you know, the cycle is reverse. Yeah. Conventional one, we get it from our upstream to downstream, and now downstream to our upstream. Yeah, so that's the idea and the principle of the circular economy, to reduce the consumption and waste and reduce the pollution, especially greenhouse gases, and prevents resource depletions. And not to forget, we try to dispose the scraps. Yeah, in the manufacturing companies, quite a lot of scraps, so they try to remanufacture again. And for your information, based on our observation, the failure cost on production itself, because of our system is quite complex. Yeah, and then some failure case might happen to plant scrap costs, total quality staff costs, reward costs, because you fail to make it the right one, then you have to redo again. And the next one is a containment cost, customer charge back, and protection cost. It's like warranty. You say that if you purchase the product, then you give the, you know, warranty about 2 years. If the product unable to use it or dysfunction, you can return back and they repair for you. Not to forget is transportation cost. Nowadays, you know, even Asia, they cannot survive anymore. They request the government helps, and now they are focused on the logistic activities. Yeah, it's no longer to bring everyone to fly. Yeah, so now they carry your the product that you purchase through online and from one place to another place. Yeah, and this remanufacturing model, as I told you before, previously from the upstream to downstream, now downstream back to upstream. Yeah, and it's a must. Yeah, the company in Europe, they have to report the carbon emission as well. So from all the economic point of view, business management, manufacturing, IT, and so on. So now we come out with a few suggestions on how to recover, how to do, and how to plan it in our recovery, stage from the massive disruption of COVID-19. So there are a few things that we have to consider. The first one is the technical recovery. So we have to establish the preventive plans, risk mitigation plan in regard to the pandemic. Many of the companies don't have this. They have only the financial, risk management. They also have, other technological disruption. And the next one is a capacity recovery. So after movement control order, they have to plan it about, how to manage the quarantine of the products. And the last one is operation recovery. So for example, like every company or even the country now, they propose the SOP, standard operation procedure. So you have to check your, your temperature. And after that, they use the tracking system. Yeah, have you attended any, big events, or you travel from outside the countries and so on. So that are a few things that I would like to share with everyone in this platform. So I pass back to our moderator. If is there any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yudi. The questions we will hold until the end of the part 2, the conference. And I'm gonna give you the cue when the guest is gonna give you a question. Okay. All right, so thank you for Mr. Yudi for your presentation. And it is actually a very interesting presentation. And you mentioned Adidas shoes earlier for the recycling, right? I actually have one. So that means I'm actually contributing to recycling and saving the earth, right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. All right. Let us move on to the second speaker for the part 2. And in 2010, he earned a Diploma of Business Administration from the CIT Canberra. He holds doctorate in 1998 and DA in 1993, degrees in computer science with a major in artificial intelligence, or as we all know, it's AI, from Université de Technologie de Compiègne in France. He earned Bachelor of Information System degree from Bina Nusantara University in 1990, and he was awarded in 1998 Mahar Schutzenberger Prize from the French Indonesian Association for Sciences Development in Paris, France. And currently he is with the Australian National University. And I would like to welcome Dr. Anbulagan to this event. And the time and place, I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Anbulagan.
Yes.
We can hear you now.
Okay. How I can show my screen? How I can show my presentation screen? Share screen.
Yeah, share screen.
One participant, multiple participant, advanced, multiple. So you still cannot see my screen?
No, we cannot. I think you should just click the share screen.
And then?
And then you choose the file that you want to share. You shouldn't click the small arrow button on the right side.
Oh, maybe Mr. Andrew, you can help him to present that. Or another one from our committee can help him.
Can you guide me how I can go?
Okay, one of person from our committee will help you, and he will share the your presentation, I suppose.
Okay. Halo, ya, ya. Ya, halo. Iya, ya. Ini saya harus.
Okay, while we wait for Dr. Anbulagan's presentation, I think we are going to open the discussion and question and answer session for Mr. Yudi Fernando. So if you want to ask a question or two questions, you could bravely type in the chat box so we could read out your question to Mr. Yudi. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Alejandro.
Yeah, Mr. Leo.
I can give the question for the Mr. Dr. Yudi.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, Pak Yudi, Mr. Yudi, Dr. Yudi, I have the question. I think you are expert in supply chain management and then management. The no any something interesting. The no trade is a war between China and America.
And then what your opinion, what is a difference between a China's model supply chain and America supply chain? Who is good, America or USA?
All right, Mr. Moderator, let me answer the difficult question from our Dean, Dr. Rio Johan.
Please.
Okay, all right. Basically, US, used to be the number one. So their supply chain is very efficient compared than other countries. Yeah, so many of the companies from US, they are very efficient. But now, if you look at that in terms of the productivity, in terms of the technology, their own supply chain now been, what I can say that it's not able to survive anymore, because the China, you can see that the China is very creative. Yeah, their supply chain is pretty good. You can see now. I'm sure Indonesia too. In Malaysia, if I'm looking for good product with a cheaper price, I can directly purchase from China. So the China with the other networking, for example, like Malaysia, yeah. So it's not that long. I think we can get the product within the 10 days. Yeah, 10 days the maximum. But now, if we buy the product, American product from US, the cost might quite a lot. But US very smart. Yeah. One example is Dell. Dell, they have their own build to order supply chain. So means that when you order, you pay, then they create for you. So they don't have a lot distribution channel. They don't have retails. They don't have the wholesaler for Dell product. So means that you buy directly from their factory. The price is cheaper. But now people don't want to have factory, So people want to buy as convenient as possible. So China is smart. So they build their own warehouse in everywhere. They are partnering with any entrepreneur from other countries. So they can keep, their product in the people warehouse, and then they can distribute it very well. And China also now, they have a good collaborations with the country. Yeah. So they have MOU, for example, like Alibaba. You can see that. Other than that is, so the network, they go to the education system and so on. So we can see that the China is a more lean compared than US. So US is quite costly compared than China. So China is very smart now. If you can see now why China can sustain compared than Japan's. Yeah, because Japan, they are very idealist. Yeah? So they want to design the product from the scratch. They might take longer time, 5 years to develop one product. But China is smart. Yeah, they copy somebody else, they adjust a little bit, then they sell it. So we can see that, the supply chain itself is more lenient. So any companies, they have their own supply chain. For example, like Uta'45, also they have their own supply chain. They are vendor for the papers, photocopy machines, and so on and so forth. Hospital, for example, like, the COVID-19 as well happened. So they have their own supplier, vaccine, the mask, the PPE, and many more. So now I can say that China supply chain is very much better compared to US. US now in the big dilemma and very scared of the China. Thank you, Dr. Johan, for the questions. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. It sounds like robot here.
No, we're not. We can hear you clearly and perfect. Anyone else who wants to ask a question to Mr. Yudi?
Yes, I think it is interesting to ask to Dr. Yudi. That is a good presentation from Dr. Yudi. In relation with China, I have a good experience in buying small things like the handphone cover. Okay, I bought that from Alibaba. That actually it is from China. It takes around 2 weeks or something to reach to my house. It is very cheap, only 10,000 rupiah. 10,000 rupiah. It can be delivered. Only order for a small cover, handphone cover. In this case, with how they are trying to make the system with a very low cost. Do you know what is the behind of that process until they could be able to deliver the product with a very cost price? Any idea what is behind that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Rector, for your questions. The question is a very hard, moderator, but I try to answer him. Okay. Yes. Basically, in China itself, you can see that the idea of the free shipping cost. If you look at the SOP, always say free shipping, and so on. So in China, they try to have their own logistic hub. So means that they also wanted to reduce, unnecessary logistic costs. Even they can promise you with the zero cost of logistic. So means that no need to pay any logistic cost in China. So China is a very big. China is a very big. So they manage to have no cost. And if the question is how China can reduce the cost until that cheap, so there are few reasons. So one of the reason, because one, China don't want to invest much on R&D. So the China, as I told you, they look at other product. If they're successful, then they try to modify a little bit. Then they sell it with their own name and brand and so on. Then I still remember, still people have a long queue when the iPhone 12 been launched. So the price is a 14 million rupiah. So but in fact, the bill of material, the cost of the handphone, or the iPhone 12 only is about 7 million. It's the maximum 7 million. So almost half of the price, basically is a part of the profit. So why the cost is quite high there? So because they invest a lot on R&D, research and development, and it might take longer, to develop the product. China is very smart. They ask the people to queue, on the iPhone's 12 launch, and after that they look at a few days after that they launch exactly similar like iPhone X. Only one thing they unable to copy from the iPhone. For example, like operating system. Operating system is the core business of the iPhone. So iPhone, they outsource, 90% of Apple, they outsource, especially to produce an iPhone, they outsource about 90% of their activities to somebody else, which is the Foxconn and their friend. LCD from Samsung, from Sony, the chip from Intel and so on. Smart Dragon and so on. So they outsource other people to work on it. So one day, it's a true experience, Pak Reto. So one American investor, they visit the China factory. So the China worker in the plants, is working like robot, very fast, very quick. So they say that, oh, American cannot do this. So that's why, why China is a very productive and very efficient. You can see that a lot of video viral, how the people packing, how people create the product very fast. Nobody one can compete, they are working like robot. And the attitude also more or less similar like Vietnamese. You can see that many companies now move to the Vietnam. So now, actually, we lost our competitiveness. What actually our core business, for example, like Indonesia? what actually our core business. The company unable to identify their core business. So that's why, you know, the costs become higher and higher. And we did not trust our supplier. We did not trust our business partner. So that's other reason, Pak Reto. Hopefully that I'm able to answer your questions. And that's all, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, Mr. Yudi.
Thank you.
Relating to your answer, actually, one of the students is asking, well, I'm going to try to translate it. Will the world accept yuan to change US dollar as the global currency? Because right now, China is actually dominating the global market, but the world trade still using US dollar. And how does that impact for Indonesia if that happens?
Okay, thank you. So you can see that there is one currency now appear, yeah, for the world economies. For example, like cryptocurrency. Some people call it as a Bitcoin. Yeah. So there is no country, yeah, for Bitcoin. So I think the fintech, financial technologies companies, they now already started to use the Bitcoin to do selling, buying, transaction, and so on and so forth. So in the future, maybe in the future, maybe people not only look at the US dollar anymore. People not look at yuan, yeah, RMB anymore. People look at from the Bitcoin perspective. But still, Bitcoin is anonymous. Yeah, who who the founders of the Bitcoin is still anonymous. People say somebody from Japan, but it's still anonymous. So Bitcoin can be another currency. Yeah, the next level of currency, as many people now, you know, moving their business from the conventional one to blockchain technology. So we can discuss about it on the blockchain technology. And if you look at China, again, I need to say China is very smart. China, they're able to control their currency. Yeah? So if, for example, like when the yuan is offered the price, it means that their value quite high, then the government of China, they will try to reduce the currency itself, what they call it, depreciations, until they can be compete with other currency as well. So that's why they want people, the world still buying from them. Yeah. So while US, no, US, American, they are very proud with their own money. Yeah. From time to time, I never hear that significant US dollar do some depreciation or means that devalue their own currency. So this is about the business and how smart, you know, those people in Asia now, which is China, try to convince the world. China is, you know, is very aggressive. They visit the country, then they talk to the president. They say that, okay, let me invest that money, but everything that we do, we use the yuan. Yeah. So they visit many countries. Even one Africa country now is like a new colonials. You know, the new what I call that the economics, like, you know, they borrow the money. China borrow money to the Africa, and then make the Africa country itself until, you know, until end of the world unable to pay them. Yeah. So you can see that the China started to conquer. If you're not ready, if you don't want to learn with any countries like China, then we still neglect behind, because some people say that, oh, China, I don't like China, so we anti-China. But what to do? China is one of, you know, the best in this world. Even the Donald Trump is very scared, you know, with the China. So don't worry about it. Yuan slowly, you know, can be a good competitor with the US dollar. As you know that monopoly is not always that good. Yeah. So US dollar or always monopoly. Yeah. So now they will have duopoly. So duopoly means that two currencies, they can compete each other, yuan and US dollar. So those people, all of us might have new options to choose dollar or yuan. The both currency are very powerful. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yudi. And I have one more question for you from one of our students. What's your take on the growth of sharing economy disruptive innovation in business in Indonesia right now? Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's another good ideas on the sharing economy. Because when you look at, if you learn economics, so there are ceteris paribus, means that every country, every companies, every one of us have our own limitations. We have our strength and we have our limitation. So people share that if you have the resource, you unable to fully utilize your resource, then you can share with other people. For example, like in tourism, before pandemic, yeah, so you can see that people can go everywhere in the world, then they can use Airbnb, yeah, so they can share on the condominium apartment for those people, so make their travel cost become cheaper, yeah. So for example, another one is a Grab. So Grab in Indonesia, people still use, individual, or the one who order to use the car. But if you look at in Singapore, so 2-3 passengers, they might not know each other. They might not aware each other. They might not know each other, but they can share one car. Yeah, they can share one vehicle for sharing economy. So that's another, the good directions of the, what I call that, the good direction of economies. In Indonesia, we can use it, but be careful. Indonesians' crimes are still in the high rank positions. So the people might not feel secure when they use the sharing economy concept in Indonesia. If the government can give, for example, like certainties, or the government can give the feel of secure with the protections, on the cyber, physical bullying, then the crime and so on, and then sharing economy concept in Indonesia might become a new business model that has a good impact. So people, please have a look on the sharing economy concept, but not to forget to put the security aspect, because for foreigners, especially for those who wanted to visit Indonesia, they might ask you the first question: how safe, how secure it is. So that's another concept that we have to look at. But yes, you are right. Sharing economy can drive, Indonesian economy can drive the new startup to coming in. You can see now our millennials, yeah, they're not talking about the face-to-face selling and buying, but they want to be YouTuber now. Yeah, so they have their own YouTube channel, then they earn a lot of money. Yeah, so they just make people happy, entertain people, but they can have a lot of money on that. Yeah, that the power of sharing economy, where they also can attract those who wanted to, like for example, like advertisements on their YouTube channel, that they can earn money. They can also sharing in terms of endorsers. So for example, like you're famous in YouTube, people want you to become endorsers. Yeah, so you can endorse product A, you can endorse product B, but to the end, you are sharing the same resource. Yeah, so that's from my opinion and perspective, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Yudi. Very good and very insightful. And is there any other questions? I think we're gonna wait for 1 more minute, and then we're gonna move on to the part 3 of our international conference. Thank you. Okay, it seems that we don't have any more questions for Mr. Yudi, so thank you, Mr. Yudi. And we're gonna move on to our part 3 of our international conference. Okay, let me introduce you to the next speaker. It's Mr. Wahyu Sasarendra. I hope I pronounce your name correctly, Mr. Wahyu. And he, in 2005, he graduated from Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering in Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. And in 2010, he finished his master's degree in Pukyong National University in South Korea in mechanical design engineering. And in 2005, he graduated PhD from University of Wollongong, Australia. And from lecturer in 2010, now he is an assistant professor for the Faculty of Integrated Technologies at University Brunei Darussalam. Other than that, he has created 9 research portfolios throughout his career, with current research he's doing is development of bio-inspired digital technologies. Welcome, Mr. Wahyu Sesarendra, and I'll give you the time and place to present your material. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the
Mr. Wahyu, sorry. No, we cannot hear your voice clearly. It's distorted. I don't know why. No, still Mr. Wahyu or Dr. Wahyu. Sorry. Mr. Wahyu. No, we cannot hear your voice now. No, it's still distorted. I think there's a problem with the audio jack you put into your computer. Can you maybe not use the earphones? So I think we could hear you better, your voice better. It's actually better, but still unclear. I think the problem is in the computer you're using. One second. Your voice is like robotic voice, Mr. Wayu. So we cannot hear it clearly. But I think we'll try, I guess. Okay, one second, Mr. Wahyu. I think we'll do something. Mr. Wahyu, one of our committees asked you if you could re-log in to the Zoom meeting. Yeah, Mr. Wahyu, can you try to leave the meeting and then re-log in again to this meeting?
Hello.
Okay, Mr. Wahid.
Yeah. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can. Now we can.
Okay. The one what I did is I log in with two devices.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why there's a feedback.
Yeah, because the laptop that I borrowed from my PhD student, because my laptop last night is breakdown because of Windows crash. So this, yeah, sometimes happen. So
Doesn't matter.
what is it okay?
Yeah, now it's okay.
So you can I can present the PPT using laptop,
Yes, Mr. Wahid, you can present your material.
but the voice will be coming from my device.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe one of the Zoom that you're not using for talking, you could maybe put it on mute so that there's no feedback, so that we can hear you clearly.
Oh, sure. Okay. You can unmute. Maybe from admin, you can unmute my Zoom that from laptop better because yes.
Okay. Still feedback.
Okay, I will try to present the one that requested by the committee. This conference asked me to present about the applied technologies for health. Thank you. I just skip maybe this biography because you already mentioned it before I present. So I think just you can just maybe just briefly that you would like to collaborate with me. I will be in product design, mechatronics, and robotics area, and also smart manufacturing. And this is the one that I will be present. I have experience in developing the bionic hand and also Parkinson's disease monitoring device. I also develop startup company in Indonesia. Maybe if the attendance, the presenter, or maybe the participants today are students, I would like to encourage the young generation to develop their own company. And number three, the content will be like a Defender full mask combined with powered air purifying respirator that I also developed during the COVID pandemic. And I would like also to explain a bit about ultraviolet robot. And quickly, because so this is the one that I developed with my colleagues in Diponegoro University before I moved to Singapore and also the Brunei Darussalam. This research quite long, is about 5 years, but I was stopped until 2017 because I did my postdoc in Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and also continue to become assistant professor in University Brunei Darussalam. Okay, you can see from here, I started the ideation, like meeting the people, and also product design. I sketched the drawing of the bionic hand, develop the control system, and also in 2017, I built the prototype and manufacturing the bionic hand. I can, yeah, this is the module that I taught in UBD about the innovation and entrepreneurship. I think I just skip because I have only 20 minutes. As this is the comparison between the cost of the real bionic hand is about 1 million in US in IDR compared to ours only like 200 million only. And this is the one that I developed with my team, is like a benchmarking, part identification, and also building a team task. And also we communicate with the orthotics and prosthetic doctor in Indonesia, because we have to attach the sensor properly on the correct spots in the hand. And after we have discussed with the orthotics and prosthetic doctor, then we develop like the kinematics design of the fingers of the robot using the SolidWorks, and also we develop the control system design. And I try to this is the one that I have before. Yeah, first we develop the robot only without the electromyography sensor. And the second, I try to connect the robot with the muscular or EMG sensor. Sorry. Yeah, from that progress, we start to develop real bionic hand using the SolidWorks. And in the meantime, also we have submitted and Alhamdulillah already granted the patent of this product. And it's the patent, and you can also find in Google patent. And implementation, to be honest, that I'm not involved in this process, because in 2018, I was in NTU, Singapore, because yeah, this is just like a marketing activities, and also like signing the MOU with the Rumah Sakit Angkatan Laut Surabaya. The second things that we develop is about the Parkinson disease detection based on voice and EMG signal. Basically, the EMG signal also can be used to detect the Parkinson disease of the elderly people in Indonesia. If you're aware that every year a number of elderly people increase significantly, and the monitoring and the diagnosis of Parkinson disease is not well maintained, and then we need to have like something like a monitoring system. This disease is not dangerous, but it can have some effect if the Parkinson disease did not monitor properly. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put as a result. Basically, we can record the voice of the patient or people, as well as we measure the movement of the hands, as well as the foot of the patient or object, based on the machine learning and features extension that we have developed. In this case, we have 21 features to combine with voice features and EMG features. And we use one of the machine learning method called ANN and SVM, support vector machines and artificial neural network. Then we can distinguish the difference between the normal and the Parkinson disease patient. And for the young generation, I would like to share a bit successful story of my ex-student who developed a company in Semarang, Indonesia. It's called Redesma. This company quite good and grow up significantly in the last 10 years. So this about the design and engineering consultant. This company can provide the services and the design or consultation of the maybe company in Indonesia. Skip the how they develop. Maybe if you are interested, you can drop an email to me and I will explain if you would like to develop the same company in Indonesia. I was one of the advisor in this company, and it's the structural organization. And and this is the clients that we have collaborated with in the last 10 years. Okay, the next applied technology that we have developed is UVC robot, ultraviolet robot, and also adapter and PAPR product. Both of this product is developed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And also we have the disinfectant chamber. And the one that maybe not related to the COVID is the robot that I also started in this year. So maybe just brief information about the disinfectant chamber. The customer of this is ICT. Maybe some of you that involved in the COVID-19 maybe organization know about the ICT. Okay, and chamber disinfectant uses humidifiers. Sorry. It uses humidifier system that spray the disinfectant fluid to the top and bottom direction. This is to avoid the disinfectant approaching the human skin. And next is the Defender full mask combined with PAPR. We call powered air purifying respirator. The product already submitted to the HKI and still under review at the moment. So basically we develop like the one that maybe if you know about the product 3M, the most brand and certified brand in the world. 3M also provide the safety mask for the chemical environment. We would like to adopt this product that can be used in the hospital to prevent also the bacteria or virus circulation. So this is the schematic diagram of the DFM combined with PAPR. It has a snorkel mask and adapter, and also there are HEPA filter and the box of the PAPR. The box of PAPR is include the ionizer and also filtering and also fan to blow the air from outside into the snorkel area. This has been used in RSIL as well. The product and is and also still already under review with the HKI. And the last is about ultraviolet robot for sterilization. So you can, if you check from the publisher, some of the publisher also recently published the benefit of ultraviolet to prevent or to help to reduce the COVID-19 number of people. So in some particular length of ultraviolet, it can inactivate the SARS-CoV virus, but not kill. So you need to highlight, not kill, but inactivate. So based on this information, we tried to develop UVC robot that be used for sterilization from airborne bacteria and virus utilizing ultraviolet ultraviolet type C. The robot can be operated using a wireless remote control or automated movement, and the automated movement need to have a mapping areas as the learning trajectory of the robot. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, this robot already use the Provalian group from for shopping mall in Jakarta and also the Penegoro University. This is technical part of the UV robot. And maybe the last presentation slide, I would like to show the video of testing this robot into the Masjid Agung Jawa Tengah. Okay, thank you. If you would like to have a question, you can drop an email to me or you can ask after my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wahid, for your presentation. And now we are going to open the discussion and Q&A session for Dr. Wahyu. If anyone wants to ask a question, you can raise your hand or click the raise hand button, or you could just simply type your question in the chat box. I'm going to read out your questions to Dr. Wahyu. Thank you. Okay, Doctor. I would like to ask you a question. Maybe that's just for a discussion. Because robotics right now is actually a very interesting prospect, both from business side and from its usage, practically. Uh, what do you think about the usage of post COVID-19 pandemic that could use a robot or a robotic mechanism in, I don't know, maybe in industry sectors?
Sorry, can you repeat again the question because I lowering down the volume.
Oh, okay. No question. No worries. Okay. So I was saying the robotic is a prospecting business from business side and from its usage. And I asked you a question what do you think about the robotic mechanism that could be used in industrial sector or in medical sectors that beneficial for everyone post COVID.
Okay, yeah. Maybe if you have heard about the Industrial Revolution, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe you not aware that in 2020 we have started Industrial Revolution 5th or 5. Yeah, maybe the one that we just aware in Indonesia, I think, because in 4, because Industrial 4.0, some industry already started to apply. But if you ask me to about this question, Indonesia, I don't think we can apply in the Vindo 4.0 because there are still limitation for because the direct effect of using robot in some sectors, industrial sector, will be like a number of the employer will be decreased or reduced. So this is the one that maybe Indonesia still think about of it, because I think we can, because we have expert in human resources people and smart, but the effect of the utilizing or utilizing robotics in most sector industrial will be have some side effect to the people. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is that answering your question?
Well, yeah, I know. I know it's rather a complicated question, but yeah, I think you answered it properly. Thank you. And there's a question from one of the students. Um, in terms of robotics,
yep,
how can you improve the innovation of the faculty of tech in university in a university?
Okay. Actually, the technology is not only the robotics. Any product that you develop based on your idea or innovation is something like also technology. So if you can search from Google, I can say that frugal engineering is also good things to be studied by the young generation. FRUGAL. This means like we creating very small or simple product, but it's useful. For example, I can mention that if you seen about the converting the water drop from from the rain become the water that can be consumed by the people. It's happened in Peru. Okay, so there's something like this is not robotic. This is like product design that useful for the human. Also, one thing that if you see from if you search from India people now using the clay to use as the fruits. So the vegetables and fruit can be keep how many long hours as well, like a fruit without electricity, just using the clay. So this is something like interesting. And one thing also from the Africa, what I remember is people in Africa develop like charging using the bicycle. So when you do bicycling, it have like a product that can transform the rotation of the wheels into electricity that can be used for the charging the battery. Yeah, I think our young generation has to be aware about this innovation in the future for becoming the good or well recognized country in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, can I ask?
Yes, you can.
I am Fajri from engineering faculty.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Fajri, please.
You, Mr. Wahyu Sarendra.
Yep.
Can you explain to me about negative isolation room? How it work? About negative isolation room. How to work? innovation in pandemic COVID-19. How they work at isolation room.
Oh, okay, Mr. Fajri. Isolation room, to be honest, I haven't had any chance to study about isolation rooms because since the pandemic happened, March 2020 to date, I haven't had chance to go back to
Yes.
Indonesia. So I have no idea what is the kind like isolation. The one that the three product that I developed is like a remote um, supervision. I designed from Brunei. I send my design and also suggest my ex-student employer in Redesma to buy some of the electrical or electronics components, and then they do what I said. And also, yeah, but I have no idea what is isolation room in Indonesia for COVID-19.
Good, good. Thank you, Mr. Wahyu.
Okay, sorry for that.
Okay, Dr. Wahyu. Maybe we will open for one more question.
Okay.
And then we will move on to our last speaker. Okay, if anyone wants to ask a question, you could maybe speak up, or you could just type your question in the chat, and I'm gonna read it out to Dr. Wahyu. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna wait for 1 minute. If there's
Okay.
we're gonna move on.
Maybe Parido have question. The one that I corresponding for this event is Parido. Is Parido join?
Parido, your name has been called out.
Parido is a junior in UTA, right? He just joining UTA recently.
Okay, I think there's no more question.
Okay.
Wahyu,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble.
It was no. It was very insightful and very interesting hearing about robotics.
Yeah. I will send my PPT to Parido. Yeah, soon.
We'll wait for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Our last but not least speaker for this international seminar and call for paper conference, Dr. Ambulagan. Time and place, I'll give it to you, and your presentations. Thank you.
So can he make the view large, the screen view? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Ambulagan.
I cannot see the title. Oh, make smaller probably. Please make it smaller. Just go to the view. Go to the view and full screen mode. Full screen mode, this one. full screen mode. Down, go down. Yes. Oh, I cannot see. I cannot see the title, and it's a weird. Can you make smaller the? I think there's a problem with the slides. Why we cannot see the title? Okay, this is much better, probably. Can I start now?
Yes, you can, Dr. Bulagan.
Oh, okay. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu pimpinan Uta' 45, Bapak Ibu hadirin serta program komite yang thank you for inviting me as a speaker for this conference. So my title of presentation today is about AI for human well-being in the post-COVID-19 world. Can you continue next? So I will introduce you about my topics and then give some background theory. And then I will present some areas in artificial intelligence and various applications of AI. And then I will touch about AI and ethics and Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0 that already had some question in the previous presentation. And then I will present the key of AI statistics, which is very important to all of us to understand where it's going. And finally, I will introduce some technology trends in the post-COVID-19 world. Thank you. Can next, please? So, what's happened with the COVID-19 pandemic is the big impact to many industries is because of social distancing and travel restriction. That's the main problem, okay? Because of social distancing, and then we cannot interact with someone else. Even sometimes we cannot interact with our own family if our family member going out and come back very often. Okay, we just worry if they bring COVID-19 to house. Okay, and how about the AI technology? This is important because it enables human capabilities. What human capabilities is about understanding, reasoning, planning, communication, and perception to be undertaken by software, which is increasingly effective, efficient, and low cost. So AI is the future. AI techniques can solve many very hard real-world problems. Can you continue? Next, thank you. So this is the background theory, all right? So we start with data. Everything is depend on data. We have a big data, very big data. And then if the data will leave alone, it doesn't mean anything, okay? So the relation of data, one and other, okay, by understanding the relation, and then we get the information. And then by understanding the patterns of information, and then we have a knowledge to make some decision. Luckily, with the advance of the technology, we can directly go from data to knowledge, such as mining the hidden gold. Also, what's happened now in today's technology, we use machine learning for a lot of purposes. Thank you. Next, please. This is an example to data, information, and knowledge. So we will be on the same page. I hope that you can see the screen very clearly, because on my screen here I cannot see clearly. Everything is a bit fuzzy, flu. Okay, so on the top table here, it present about the data of high school student, is a year 12 high school student that prepare themselves to go to university. So they have a choice. They want to go to which university, and they want to enroll in what degree. Do they want to enroll in the single degree, or they want to enroll in double degree? Okay, and in Australia, each year 12 student, I think also is in Indonesia, same things. They have a choice. They can go, they can put their application to many university, and finally the university do selection and accept some and reject others. So same things. So if you see in here, the circle red is the choice of the student. The student say, okay, I put university, I cannot read in here, University Essendon as my first choice, that I want to study Bachelor of something. I cannot read. Sorry, I cannot read clearly on my screen here. Want to study something. Okay, this Bachelor. This is just data. The data is 1. My preference is 1. The student preference is 1. What is information? Information is the collection of the data that have some meaning. Okay, like this student on academic year 2013 have a second choice to University Essendon to study Bachelor of something in here. Okay, there's an information. If we collect all this information and then we come to a knowledge that can be used by some institution or government to make some decision, such as student. There are 45 students from school, high school Vikings that want to go to Essendon University in 2013, while in 2012 there were 55. So there's some decrease in number of students that go to Essendon University. And then if you see the last table here, the last two columns of the table, you can see from 2012 to 2013, the number of applicants from high school go to university Essendon is decreased by a lot. Okay, in contrary, those that go to the other university here is increase. Okay, that's a very important trend that we learn. Okay, so we have a data, information, and knowledge. That's what we need to understand, the basic knowledge. Can you show the next slide, please? Okay, so the problem is we have a real world problem. We have a IT, we have a computer science, we have a AI, we use machine learning as a part of AI to solve real world problem. We have so many real world problem. We want to make our life easy, our business easy, study easier, okay, and so on. So we have a real world problem, and then how we can find a solution, solve the real world problem that make us easy, make our business more profit. One thing that we need to do is we do modeling from real world problem into computer problem. Okay, and then at the result, we have a data, big data in computer, that computer language, programming language, computer algorithm ready to read this data and process and find solution if there's a solution. If there's no solution, there's no solution. Okay, and then this solution can be used to make a decision. So we have many decisions we can make, and then we can select the best solution to make a best decision. So in modeling, there is no only one technique of modeling. There are various modeling techniques. So many. We need to choose an appropriate techniques. Same with the solving. Okay, there are various algorithms. Some of the algorithm I can say here, like statistical analysis, network analysis, heuristic-based forecasting, optimization, data mining, or other AI techniques. Okay, there are so many techniques, but the person who's dealing with this kind of problem, the person should understand what modeling techniques should be used and what AI technique or algorithm should be used to solve the real world problem into solution and make a good decision. Next, please. When we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning is just one part of artificial intelligence. There are many, okay? I present in here 16 of them, from computer vision, speech recognition, robotics, expert system, heuristic search, constraint satisfaction. So my area of research during my PhD and continue until now is in constraint satisfaction. Okay, to satisfy constraint is related to heuristic search, is also related to scheduling, planning, and automatic reasoning, expert system, knowledge representation. I also dealing with diagnosis, data mining, and machine learning. This is the area in AI that I cover in partially or in full. Next, please. I give you an example of a constraint satisfaction problem. I pick a problem which is 8 queens problem. I think most of you, I hope, that understand at least know how to play chess, right? Chess. 8 queens problem is the problem of placing 8 chess queens on an 8 by 8 chessboard so that no 2 queens attack each other, right? So if we have 2 queens in here in this 8 by 8 chessboard, they are not attacking each other. You can see in here. Okay, they are not in the same row or in the same column or in the same diagonal. So for 8 queen problems, there are 92 solutions. Okay, so that means we can place the 8 queens in 8 by 8 chessboard in such a way that we can create 92 possible solutions, which is not same. They are all different. I present here 12 of them. Okay, so there are another 80 out there. Okay, so this is one of the constraint problem. Next, please. My area of research in constraint satisfaction is related to satisfiability problem. What is satisfiability problem? If we give a problem with 4 variables, A, B, C, D, and then we create the combination, the relation between variable in a clause. So this in the brackets we call clause. So the relation between one clause and the other clause is an and. You can see dot in here is an and relation. And then inside the clause, the relation is or. Okay. This is a conjunctive normal form in logic. Okay, if someone do maths, they understand about this, or probably when they study in uni. Okay, with 4 variable, the combination, if we attribute the value true and false to each of these variable, and then we have a 16 possibility of combination, 16 possibility of combination. The question now, if given these clauses, these 6 clauses, which combination is satisfied? So we can see the green square in here, rectangle, so there are 4 rectangle with green. That means there are 4 solutions. What this means? When we instantiate the variable A with false, 0 is false, and then B with true, 1 is true, and then C with false, doesn't matter, they instantiate with 0 or 1, and then we get the true value, we get the solution. What this means, to satisfy these clauses, this formula, we need to give A as a false. Okay, when we give A as a false, these two clauses is satisfied. When we give B is 1, true, these two clauses is satisfied. And then when we instantiate C with 0, and these two clauses is satisfied. So we get a solution at the end. So with four variable, we have a 16 possible solution, and depend on the constraint. This is the constraint. Given this constraint, we only get 4 solutions out of 16. Next slide, please. So I just show you the 4 variable problem, which is as 16 possible combination. You can imagine if the variable number is 100. So for 100 variable, the combination is this very big number. Okay, you cannot create a truth table for this, and then you someone cannot solve this for centuries. Okay, it's very hard problem. Someone is David and Putnam in year 62. They introduced a algorithm called DPLL algorithm. This algorithm can solve the 100 variable problems, but create the least node, the last node, 1 million, more than 1 million nodes. Okay. In 97, my supervisor and I, we create a solver algorithm called subject, then can reduce the number of nodes to 39. Okay. What this means, if this algorithm can find the solution in average after go through a bit more than million nodes, my algorithm and our algorithm can only need to develop 39 nodes to find the solution. It's a much lower, much small number. And in 2003, I developed another algorithm. I improved from the original one. This can find solution in 7 steps. Okay, so you can compare 7 steps to this number, and to this number. Okay, this is very smart heuristic used in here to reduce the size of the tree. Next, please. So the application, probably you have a question, what is the application of consensus scheme? There are many applications. Okay, I present here a list of applications such as finding cheap flight for multiple destination, arrival, departure flight scheduling at airport, for diagnosis. You should still remember about the Boeing 737 MAX crash, Lion Air 610 flight crash, and Ethiopian Airlines 302 crash. It's because of the fault diagnosis. What's the problem? The software or the circuit that related to the aeroplane, to this plane, is not verified carefully, totally. Okay, so the algorithm they use probably not work in 100% capacity. Okay, that's the problem coming. Managing urban traffic congestion. We know Jakarta has a lot of traffic congestion, traffic jam everywhere. Okay, probably luckily when we had in the early of COVID, it's a less traffic jam, but now it's already recovered to have a more traffic jam again. Chess, Sudoku, other games is all a constant satisfaction problem. Vehicle scheduling optimization like bus timetabling or any other timetabling, plane timetabling. When yes, I already mentioned on the top, when a plane arrival and departure should be controlled. Cannot all the train come at the same time because we have a limited lane in the airport. Traveling salesman problem, optimal budget allocation, hardware configuration, timetabling problem. In university, we have a timetabling problem, factory scheduling, and nurse rostering in hospital. These all are constraint satisfaction problem. Okay, can you continue with the next slide, please? The next one is a machine learning application. The speaker before me already touched a little bit about, already explained about machine learning. This is another application for machine learning, like in e-commerce, like Tokopedia, Bukalapak, they use some prediction about supply and demand, okay? And then they also use search ranking, okay? Who search what product, that product will be most popular. In healthcare, convert big data analysis into clinical insight. In financial service, tax fraud detection, okay, who didn't pay their tax correctly. Smart credit decision, fraud prevention. In transport, targeted marketing campaign. In social media, user preference-based advertisement, okay. Once you go to Google, search about a car, a typical car, say Ferrari, certain type, and then tomorrow when you open Google or other application, the Ferrari already in front of you. They think that you still interested with that type of Ferrari. Virtual assistant like Alexa, Cortana, Siri, and the others that will help user to some extent in when communication or finding something in the internet internet world. Next slide, please. Smart cities, ICT, which is very important in smart city, the connectivity and digitalization. Okay, ICT is the enabling key for transforming traditional cities to smart cities. AI, Internet of Things, and big data make smart cities efficient and responsive. Okay, when we talk about smart city, it's the component of smart city should be include smart infrastructure, smart healthcare, smart building, smart technology, good governance, affordable housing, sustainable environment, safety and security of citizen, and smart learning. Next slide, please. AI also used in energy industry. AI in the power grid, in the virtual power plant, in electricity trading, okay, for forecasting, monitoring trade, AI for power consumption, smart home, smart meters. So these all nowadays can be based on a smart AI technology. Next, please. AI also used in natural resource and ecosystem. I do not know if in Indonesia we use anything of this, but processing big data to help understand the impact to the ecosystem level from our use of resource to changing of meteorological patterns and the role of human behavior in all of this, okay? Modeling of animal behavior and interaction with the environment, etc. Next, please. Okay, this is a stable marriage problem, which is part of, this is state-of-art problems in economic and human behavior. What this all about? This is about matching problem. If the two people then meet, they are matched or not. You can see in the left left-hand side, this is the old people, okay, they stay until old, they still stay together. We can say they are matched, okay? Both have each of them as a preference, and their preference is matched. While the other younger, okay, their preference not matched, so they already separate or a lot of a problem in early what their married life, I can say. Okay, so this is about stable marriage problem. This is a lot of application in economic and human behavior. Next slide, please. So based on that problem, these two guys won the 2012 Nobel Prize. Okay, what they did, they improved the way people are matched with limited resource. So it's very important to match people with each other between people and company, or people and people, or people with the organ donor with limited resource. So how people and companies find and select one another for job application. Okay, earlier I mentioned about a student that want to go to university, which university they want to go to, which university, what degree, single degree, double degree, or whatever. Okay, everything from marriage, matching, school choice, to job, to organ donation. Okay, nowadays people get heart donation or liver donation, all other donation. Okay, so the prize, this Nobel Prize motivation is for the theory of stable allocation and the practice of market design. Next, please. So for that matching problem, we also use AI algorithm. A lot of paper published in AI that using that state of the heart problems about stable marriage problem. So AI also use solution for land use and urban land dynamics. So if you use a smart algorithm with the help of satellite, we can see something changing in some area. Probably from last year to this year, something already changing in some area. Probably in monthly basis change. Okay, this we can track that quickly. Next, please. AI also used in agriculture, okay, for smart machinery, smart analysis, okay. This all related to the smart farming 4.0. Okay, next please. They also using drone. AI for detecting sharks, okay. So this is technology. So they have data, they know, they understand what technology to use to solve the problem. So it's come to AI for detecting sharks. What this means? The problem is an average of 20 attacks per year for the past decades in Australia. So shark attacks to the someone who's swimming in Australian beaches can impact coastal tourism worth of 5 billion Australian dollar. So it's a big money. So they want to keep the beach, the shore of Australia safe. Okay. So for that, the solution is astronomical image processing technique and machine learning algorithm to video footage from shark monitoring drones. So they use drone, they use astronomical image processing techniques, they use machine learning, all working together and then to solve this problem. Okay. The result, as a result, 95 to 99% accuracy on most classes of shark, because they need to detect the fish, the dangerous fish that come close to the beach is shark, because some other fish could be big as a shark, but it's not shark. Okay. So this what the accuracy means in here. Next, please. Yeah, there's a question about AI in education, how to use AI in education. The Squirrel AI, this is a company from China, they create an intelligent adaptive education that offers tutoring delivered in part by human, but mostly by smart machine. Okay, so the course is delivered by smart machine. Okay, the human communicate with machine, and this machine is very smart and can answer a lot of questions. AI enable hyper personalization. So everyone need to learn different kind of things, personalized. Okay, not everyone learn the same things, right? Adoption of voice assistants, right? This also AI based, assisting educator with organizational tasks like helping in non-teaching tasks such as grading and provide personalized response to students. Okay, this can be taken by AI, improving overall learning outcome for all. Okay, so there's a system that can control, they can see, they can track the progress of each student, and then they can guide, they can give some guidance where the student should ahead. Okay, move forward. Text to speech, speech to text. Okay, this is also important technology which is based on AI. So the question is, Is the education curriculum in Indonesia ready for AI era? That's the question. Okay. So if not ready now, it should be ready in the next couple of years. Otherwise, we will left behind, far behind. Next, please. Next. And AI solution for COVID-19. Okay, there are these two papers published. This is about how they use technology like smartphone to distinct the cough. Okay, so someone there's a app on the smartphone, and then they're coughing, and then based on the coughing, the sound, they can say this person has COVID or this person doesn't have COVID. Okay, because they know the dry cough doesn't the dry cough will have COVID, the other cough doesn't have COVID. Okay, so they use AI approach to detect if someone has COVID or not. It's a quicker way. Okay, they don't need to go to hospital or to the COVID-19 checking place. They can use their mobile and just cough, and then apps will say you are 90% have COVID or not. Okay, or you are 0% or 10% have COVID, and then the person can react after that. Next, please. Yeah, I cannot see clearly. This is all about the trend. Okay, in old day, of course, until now we still have the car that human centric and only have a radio, FM, AM, and then nowadays many cars have a more advanced technology like a radar in front and camera in the back, and then you can reverse without any problem. Just see your camera, and then you can move forward based on the radar system. Your brake will automatically function. It is a smart brake. It will stop your car. Okay. This is the current one. The future one is an automated vehicle, self-driving car. Okay, which is everything. You just need to enter inside. You just need to go sit on the car and then just press the button from where you want to go where, and the car will bring you. Okay, that's the future. Okay, currently this kind of car still have some problem that I will show you later. Next, please. Robots are better than you at sports. Okay, so they can play soccer, they can skiing, they can play chess. Even they win. They won against masters, grandmaster of chess. They can play tennis. Okay, in 2050, it will be humanoid robot team play soccer against human. Okay, so we just need to wait another 30 years. So probably can be quicker, earlier than that. Okay, next, please. Yeah, this is interesting. AI in bioinformatics. Okay. So I hope you can read. So this can select. So based on the DNA data, okay, about after and yes, based on the data, the biological data, the artificial intelligence technique algorithm can choose which one is a viable, which one not viable, which one is good to continue to produce to become baby or not. Okay, this is in advanced in bioinformatics, which is a field of analysis of biological data. Basic application includes analysis of DNA sequence and molecular structure. Okay, AI algorithm can help in DNA sequence matching, protein to protein interaction, and so on. Okay, this will help bioinformatician, bioanalysts, and biologists. Okay, this is a very interesting trend for those that want to have a perfect kids. Next, please. So there are many applications. I already present a couple of application, and this is another list of application of AI. Okay, next please. So all, we have a real world problem, and then we need to model. Okay, we come back to that. And then it's become computer problem. Introduce the right algorithm, and then we have the solution. That's all. So this is all about how to model the real world problem into computer data, and then find the right algorithm and solve it. And then you get the solution. Next, please. This is the current trend in the world of AI. Okay, this is all about AI and ethics. Okay. I already put a question on the top. Okay, is the legal system in Indonesia ready for AI era? Okay, so this is related to privacy protection. Any system, including AI system, must ensure, people's private data is protected and kept confidential and prevent data breaches that could cause reputational, psychological, financial, professional, or other types of harm. Okay, regulatory and legal compliance. AI system must comply with all relevant international and local obligation, regulations, and laws. Okay, etc. Okay, about the fairness, about transparency and explainability, contestability, and accountability. Okay, there are 8 principles to support the ethical use and development of AI. Okay, if you don't develop an AI system, AI algorithm, or robot, you can focus on ethics. Okay, probably if in Uta'45 you have faculty of law, and then the member of faculty of law can focus on this, and then one day you become the top faculty in Indonesia. Next, please. And this is still related to AI and ethics. The killer robots. This is also big discussion in AI, big among AI scientists in this world. So big country like US, China, India, Russia, or European, they already can create killer robots. Okay, this is a robot army. Okay, they can easily create million of robot army and send to war, or they create swarm. Okay, like drone. Okay, not only 1 or 2 drone, 100 of thousand of drone or 1,000 of drone. Okay, it's a lot of drone. So you can imagine this is a very dangerous equipment if this is used in the war. Okay, this can easily kill people without considering any human aspects in life. Next, please. Yes, earlier I mentioned about self-driving vehicle. So you know Tesla, okay? Self-driving car. Already there were many collision or crash, but I present here 2 of them, okay? In 2018, the driver suffered minor injuries after the car has crashed into a parked police car in California, okay? Luckily, the driver suffered only minor injuries because she is using autopilot. The other case, this is in this year before COVID in Indonesia, probably it's already COVID in China, but this happened in California again. Tesla autopilot crash, driver was playing video game. Okay, this is because the driver playing video game. That means he just entered the car and then just press button from here to there, and then the problems that happen. Okay, the car crashed to the concrete barrier and he was died. Next, please. This was touched in previous presentation about technology, industry 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are now still in industry 4.0 because we are dealing with Internet of Things, interconnection of technology, mass connectivity, smart device, real-time data, computers in even the smallest device. So this is current, okay? I don't need to touch all others, industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 that you can read later. Next, please. It's industry 5.0. When is it? This will be in the future. What is about industry 5.0 that still now we cannot limit it if we can do it, okay? Still very expensive. Cooperation between man and machine. So in this world, industry 5.0, you are banned from driving. Okay, so you don't need to use, you are not allowed to drive your car. It should be automatic car. Every automatic car is communicate each other. Okay, we will visit the doctor every day. Okay, every day means it doesn't mean that you go to doctor every day, but you can test your sample with the technology, existing technology, and then you can send the result via something technology again to the doctor, and doctor analyze or laboratory analyze and send back to you the result. This can be on daily basis. Okay, it's already really evolved in technology. So when I say cooperation between man and machine, human can collaborate with robot playing soccer. Okay, in here you can see in the right down bottom is a robot serving his boss. Okay, make a coffee and serving a coffee, a coffee cup. Okay, and a cup of coffee. And then the other picture on the right top saying this is smart building, right? Smart room. You enter the room, you say, okay, I want to watch this channel of TV. Okay, I want to see, I don't want to see, I want to see in my blind is a sea or forest picture or whatever. Okay, and then you can ask your music player to play a jazz music of someone. Okay, probably Kenny G, if you like Kenny G, or someone else. Okay, this is the industry 5.0. This is still in the future, probably in 10 years. Okay, next, please. So this is interesting to see the key statistic, AI statistic about revenue from the AI application increase from about 300 million to more than 30 billion. Okay, and then also I cannot read the slide, so everything from 2000 to now is an increase a lot. This is published AI paper, okay, from very low number and now is very high. Okay, also the startup company and also the venture capital increase, okay, from very small money allocated for a startup in AI now is very big amount of money. Okay, next, please. So we can see all of the slides. I saw the application of AI and the use of AI and the trend of AI from since 2000 until now in 20 years is evolved a lot, okay? What is the opportunity in post-COVID-19 world? From technological trend, we have AI, we have Internet of Things, cloud computing, virtual reality, 5G network, cybersecurity, blockchain technology, the opportunity, okay? We still can develop a lot of AI, okay? Electrical vehicle will be there. We should have a service station, okay, service center for electrical vehicle, okay. And then about environment, still a big issue in the world. Online business is continue to grow, and renewable energy, okay. And you can see in the last block down there is a IBM, from the IBM leadership meeting. They present something about AI automation and other exponential technology. Next, please. So I'm already at the end. This is the top reference for AI. So this is the AI book that used worldwide by top university. Okay, Artificial Intelligence, a Modern Approach by Russell and Norvig. So my publication that I published in 97 papers, it is in the bibliography. Okay, it's a very important paper. It's already cited by 535 times. Okay, since 97. The top conference in AI, if you want to read the papers, is ICHKAI, okay, ICHKAI or Triple AI or ICAI, okay. This is the journal, the top journal of AI. Next, please. Thank you. So if you have any question, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anbulagan, for
Is it too
your
long?
presentation. No, no, actually, no. It's the proper
time?
proper amount of time.
Okay, good. Thank you.
It's very specific. It's very good. Like
Thank you.
I was actually was gonna ask you a few questions, and then suddenly the next slide you explained about it. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna ask you any more questions.
Okay, so by reading the slide, people can understand a lot, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you.
so for other people who wants to ask Dr. Anbulagan a question, you can raise your hand, or you could just ask your question directly to Dr. Anbulagan, or you could just type your question on the chat box so I could read your question to Dr. Anbulagan. And we'll give 10 minutes for this discussion and question and answer session. Thank you. I think everyone's clear on your presentation, but
Yes.
I
I hope so.
But maybe I would like to ask you one question.
Yes, please.
Okay, in terms of AI, what do you think the world or the world leaders, how far would they go with this AI?
How far they will go, or how far they already go?
No, how far they would go.
Oh, okay.
Because right now we already know, like you said, Russia already have the killing robots,
Yes.
the drones and everything.
Yes. So they can go as far as possible. Okay. Then it's the danger. Okay. That's why a lot of AI scientists in this world, in the current world, worry about that, and then they create the ethics, right? So they put forward some ethics, some rule in the world. So you cannot create this, you cannot create that, because robot is created by human, right? So as you created the robot, as human created the robot, they can do something to make it the robot stupid in killing people, right?
Yeah, they could.
So that's one of the things. Okay, so they can do something with the algorithm. The robot never think about killing someone. Okay, yeah, something like that. So they can go as far as possible. It's a very intelligent approach, and then the evolution of the algorithm is very fast, and nowadays it's a lot of application based on machine learning and so on. So machine learning, what is machine learning? The system can learn by itself. Okay, so if we, like human, right, we can learn. So in some of the science fiction movie, you can see that the robot can learn from radio, from TV to acquire the knowledge. Once they have the knowledge, and then they can falling in love, right? And so on. So it's all kind of things happening. Okay.
Well, so basically, the robot itself could become human because of their capabilities to learn
Yes.
and to.
Yes, I think we cannot say as a human, but it's a limited human, because human as a feeling. Okay, we cannot teach feeling to robot. It's very hard. Okay, emotion, human as emotion, right?
Very, it's not impossible, is it?
We don't know. We don't know. Okay, nothing is impossible. It's right, but it will take a lot of time. Probably another 1 century. Probably we don't know.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anbulagan. Okay, does anyone want to ask a question? And maybe we're gonna wait for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
We're gonna end the session. Okay, I have a question from Fajri Hidayat. Mr. Ambulagan, what kind of robot can help? Okay. So basically, this is the question.
I can read the question.
Sorry?
I can read the question.
Oh yeah, actually, he sent it to everyone. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's asking about what kind of robot which can help in doctor or medicine to work in pandemic. Okay. What kind of robot? Okay. So the problem is the pandemic. No one think about this pandemic, right? So no one already create robot to help doctor for this pandemic. But it's always possible that robot can be used to help doctor. Already robot used to help doctor in heart surgery, okay, heart surgery or many other surgery, okay, very dangerous surgery using robot, okay. For pandemic, it's possible, okay, it's possible, but probably I never heard any robot currently exists to help doctor dealing with COVID-19 pandemic, okay. Any other question?
Okay. 3
I
more
would like
minutes.
to ask.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, hi Brian. Okay.
Yeah. I would like to ask. We're talking about the AI advancement in the industry and in our generation right now. But I want to ask, how about our AI security itself on the AI, probably like antivirus, or how they prevent hacker from hacking the AI itself? How advanced it is compared to the AI advancement today?
Okay, so you're asking about AI in security. I had a slide and I deleted. I think I will not have enough time to present that. So that's a problem. AI algorithm can be used to hunting threat, okay, for threat hunting. So before the threat coming to attack a system, data warehouse of an institution or country or whatever, we can detect that much earlier using AI technology. The problem is then hackers also use AI, right? So it's come to whose algorithm is better. I hope it's answer your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ambulaga.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we have to close the session. And once again, Dr. Anbulagan, thank you very much for your presentation and for your answers. And
thank you.
Thank you. And
thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for all the guests and the questions that you have given to the speakers for today. And I hope you got your answers. And thank you for all the speakers for today, for your research contribution and your ideas and your presentations into building a better post-COVID-19 pandemic life. And right now, I would like to give Mr. Rio Johan the time and place to give the certificate of appreciation to our speakers.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Azru. Okay, thank you for all speakers. Currently, I ask the chairman of the International Seminar and Golf Fair 2020 would like to say thank you very much for you, and I will give a certificate appreciation to you all the speakers. Please, I will to share my certificate. Okay. Okay, wait, please. Okay. Thank you very much for the Professor Habibah for your speaker and idea, and for Mr. Rajesh Khanna, and then Associate Professor Yudi Fernando. Thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. And then Mr. Wahyu Kaisandra, PhD. Thank you. And then thank you very much, Dr. Insinyur Ambulagan, for your time. Okay, I will to stop sharing. Yes, and then hopefully the great contribution given from the presentation of all speakers can open our knowledge and broaden our insight for the good of mankind in the universe and the world. Thank you. God bless. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adro.
Thank you, Mr. Rio, for presenting this update for our speakers. And okay, this is the end of the first day of the International Seminar and Call for Paper 2020. And let me remind you that we have a second day for tomorrow for the ISCP 2020. And it starts at the same time as today. It's 8:30 a.m.
Mr. Adru, excuse me, but we can to take a picture.
Okay.
Right.
I will. Okay, before we're gonna take a picture, I would like to tell you about the schedule for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start our conference with paper presentations from each faculty, followed by knowledge sharing with room separations for tomorrow. And then we will have the Best Paper Award announcement to close our international seminar and Call for Paper 2020. All right now, before we close our conference for today, please open your video as we are going to take a photo together. Thank you. Okay, all right, let's 1, 2, 3. Okay, and maybe one more. Oh, actually we have 15. Okay. All right. Halfway there, please stay. Okay, 2 more. All right. Okay, we got everyone. Awesome. All right, so okay, before you leave, please fill out the attendance form that you can click from the chat box. Okay. If you haven't click and fill out the attendance form, please do so. And just a friendly reminder, and only for pharmacy, the event will continue today after break session at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. And please do not leave this room because we're afraid that you won't be able to join the room again. So for pharmacy, please stay and you guys gonna continue at 2 p.m. today. And that's it for today. I hope you will have a nice day and I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck all.
See you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Halo Bu Nina. Ini saya mau tanya nih, banyak sekali ya.
Assalamualaikum, dengan Siti. Alhamdulillah sehat semua. Ini saya buka-buka ya, matur nuwun. Saya buka-buka stika, grup stika, kok ada stika suci kok ngirim buka-buka buku itu apa maksudnya? Buka-buka rekening. Nah, ya. BSU itu apa? BSU itu apa? BSU itu singkatan apa? Oh iya, iya. Iya. Tiga apa nih? Oke. Ini nanti ya. Ya, so bandingan gue tadi.
Coba kamu sendiri aja deh yang ini.
Halo, siang. Selamat siang. Halo.
Selamat siang.
Oh ya, ini dengan siapa ya? Ibu Nina bukan? Saya mau tes aja. Saya dengan Pak Herman.
Iya, Pak.
Dengan siapa?
Dengan Lilis.
Oh, Lilis. Mahasiswi ya?
Iya, Pak.
Oh, ini pakai Zoom ini kan ya? Lilis ya?
Kenapa, Pak?
Link Zoom-nya pakai ini ya?
Iya.
Iya. Benar ya?
Iya, Pak.
Oh, Bapak bisa lihat presentasi orang lain nggak bisa ya?
Oh, bisa, Pak. Bapak mau ke room berapa? 1, 2, atau 3?
Room 1 aja kali yang punya Bapak.
Oh, room 1.
Bapak, tunggu dulu, Lilis. Lilis, tunggu dulu deh. Bapak
Pak.
kalau nggak salah room 1 ya?
Bapak presentasi.
Jam 3 sore, 3:10, nomor 7.
Di room 1.
Kalau nggak salah room 1.
Itu nanti dipindah sama tim IT-nya, Pak. Bapak ganti nama jadi PS underscore nama terus underscore room 1.
Mbak Lilis, aku minta tolong boleh?
Oh iya, Pak.
Kamu link Zoom-nya kasih ke Bapak ya, dijapri aja langsung ya.
Oh iya, Pak.
0815 handphone Bapak.
Bentar, Pak.
Ya.
Soalnya link Zoom-nya nanti yang pindahin IT.
No. Pak. Sorry. Saya iniin. Kalau untuk linknya tetap kita pakai ini, Pak. Cuman kita bikin sistem breakout room. Nanti dari Pak Alam yang memalihkan Bapak ke room. Bapak di room 1 ya, farmasi?
Kalau nggak salah saya 1 farmasi.
Ya, siap. Nanti Bapak tinggal ganti nama. Itu garis penghubung room R1.
Pak siapa nih namanya?
Bonar.
Pak Bonar ya?
Iya, Pak.
Pak Bonar, tolong saya dia. Saya kan dosen farmasi Dr. Herman. Saya kan ya gitu paham untuk cara-caranya. Tolong bantu saya aja, tinggal saya pakai aja gitu Pak. Seperti saya
Iya,
ngajak.
Pak. Kebetulan saya kan ini partisipan, nggak jadi co-host atau host. Nanti saya komunikasikan ke Pak Alam ya, Pak ya.
Oh ya, minta tolong.
Bapak tetap aja di Zoom ini, di link ini, nggak usah live.
Iya Pak Bonar. Maksud saya mau lihat nih teman-teman presentasi. Bisa kan ya?
Iya, bisa Pak. Bentar Pak ya, saya hubungin Pak Alam ya.
Tolong ya Pak, dibantu supaya saya tinggal connect aja gitu.
Siap.
Makasih Pak Bonar, makasih Mbak Lilis.
Sama-sama Pak.
Ya, Bapak nanti tinggal klik join ya kalau udah dipindahin sama Pak Alamnya.
Oke. Lilis jangan diputus dulu ya.
Iya, baik Pak.
Oke, makasih Lilis, makasih Pak Bonar.
Siap Pak.
Udah belum Pak Bonar?
Belum, bentar Pak ya.
Pak Herman, halo Pak.
Halo juga. Siapa ini?
Ya, Bapak mau kemana Pak?
Ini siapa dulu?
Pak Alam Pak, Pak Alam Pak.
Oh Pak Alam, sehat ya Pak Alam?
Sehat Pak, terima kasih.
Kita semua sehat, amin.
Iya Pak.
Pak Alam, tolong saya ke room 1 karena saya nomor 7 jam 3 sore.
Hari ini kan Pak?
Ya,
room
tolong
1 ya.
Pak. Tolong jadi saya tinggal pakai linknya Pak ya, nggak kotak-kotak lagi Pak, karena saya terus terang nggak memahami banget.
Ya, Bapak jangan leave room ini Pak. ini saya langsung assign Bapak ke room 1. Bapak
baik.
langsung ketika
Jadi,
ada notifikasi join, Bapak klik tombol join.
Oh
Pak
baik.
Alam, Pak
Iya.
Alam, Pak
Ya.
Alam. Izin
Ya.
saya dipindah ke room 1 dong, Pak.
Ya, siapa Bu?
Saya Bu Sri Teguh Rahayu.
Oh gitu. Ya, oke. Ntar Bu, saya lagi lihat namanya di sini makanya. Ya.
Iya. Terima kasih.
Room 1. Baik Bu.
Ya, Pak Alam. Jadi saya tinggal klik aja di join ya, Pak Alam.
Itu Bapak tinggal klik join aja.
Join.
Ya.
Oke.
Ibu Sri Rahayu.
Iya, Pak.
Ibu nama username-nya siapa, Bu?
Sri Teguh Rahayu, Pak.
Sebentar. Oh ya ini. Ibu nanti klik join ya, Bu.
Siap, Pak.
Oke, Bu. Ya.
Pak Alan,
Ya.
punya Dede Suhenar belum pindah ya Pak ya? Di room 3.
Siapa?
Dede Suhenar.
Username-nya sama.
Iya, sama Pak.
Didi Suhendar.
Dede Suhenar.
Dede. Itu namanya enggak? Coba sebentar saya lihat. Oh, ada. Oh, room 3. Iya.
Iya, Pak.
Room 3 ya, nanti saya ini.
Oh ya.
Pak
Makasih,
Alam.
Pak.
Ya.
Pak Alam, maaf Pak. Saya boleh
Ya.
minta tolong Pak, tolong masukkan saya ke room 1 Pak.
Siapa ya?
Salsabila Septia Putri.
Kamu rubah name-nya jadi itu dulu deh. Ada R1-nya.
Udah Pak, udah saya
Udah?
ubah Pak.
Oke, nanti saya cross check ya.
Iya Pak.
Langsung. Ya, nanti join ya kalau ada muncul ini.
Ya, oke, Pak. Baik Pak, terima kasih ya Pak.
Ya.
Siang Pak Alam.
Ya.
Pak, saya di Sri Unika. Apa saya belum masuk ke room 3?
Ya, itu. Langsung tuh.
Pak Alam,
Ya.
saya Eka Purwaningsih, saya juga belum masuk ke room 3.
Ya, ini sebentar ya.
Ya.
Pak Lilis, moderator belum masuk room 2.
Halo Pak Alam.
Ya.
Saya Yuyun Andrianti, belum dipindahin di room 1 Pak.
Ada tulisan R1-nya nggak kamu? Username-nya dirubah dulu. R1. Biar saya mudah menemukannya.
Dari PS dibuat ke gimana Pak?
Kamu klik partisipan dulu. Klik tombol partisipan.
Ya.
Sudah. Di atas kan nama, paling atas kan nama kamu tuh.
Iya.
Kamu klik more, kamu klik rename.
Oke Pak.
Terus ya rename, tulis di situ PS underscore PS garis bawah nama kamu garis bawah R1 ya. Kamu R1 kan?
Oh, R1 ya.
R1 biar saya mudah menemukan.
Oke.
Nanti besok seperti itu lagi.
Ya, baik Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Ya.
Pak, saya Yelita Sari, Pak. Belum pindah ke room 1 juga. Terima kasih, Pak.
Ya, ini.
Mohon maaf Pak, saya Salsabila tapi belum ada baca join-nya Pak.
Tunggu dulu, Salsa.
Pak Lilis belum masuk room 2, Pak. Moderator.
Ini Salsabila. Salsabila Septianti ya.
Iya Pak. Iya Putri.
Sebentar.
Ya, Sri Yunika, Pak. Presenter.
Pak, mohon maaf, saya belum bisa join, Pak.
Iya, kamu kok, saya heran, nama kamu kok nggak ada di sini ya? Kamu udah join dulu belum? Kamu tadi klik join dulu belum?
Belum, Pak.
Klik join dulu kemana? Room 3 ya? Salah ya kamu ya?
Iya, tapi tadi udah saya silang, Pak.
Aduh, kamu nggak bisa join dulu ke room 3?
Nggak bisa, Pak.
Sini nggak muncul nama kamu jadinya. Kamu tuh kan kamu nggak bisa. Kamu bisa leave, nanti masuk lagi nggak? Nama kamu nggak masuk. Mestinya assign aja, nanti kamu lapor ke Bu Nina minta ditukar ke room 1, nanti baru bisa saya tukarkan.
Ya, saya keluar dulu, Pak ya.
Iya, keluar dulu terus login kembali. Nah,
Iya, oke. Terima kasih, Pak.
iya.
Pak, saya Dea Suryunita. Pak, saya belum masuk ke room 3 sebagai presenter. Terima kasih, Pak.